Right. I hopefully should be back. OBS decided to freeze itself up. Can we see? Can we see me again? Hello, hello, hello. Back. Good. Yes, I reset OBS because it decided to absolutely lock up. And I don't know why. It's not internet issue. That wasn't it. That was OBS freezing up on me. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know we're back. Cool. So we'll carry on with what we were doing. Right, Chrome. So that's there. Hopefully it doesn't freeze up again. No, it's not frozen. That's good. It's all right. Lovely. So yeah, file a flight plan in here. So Super Concorde 2, JFK, everything's good in there. So it records an en route time of only 3 hours and 9 minutes. Not so bad. Right, we can file that. Flight plan filed. Good. And then we can close Chrome. We don't need that anymore. We can close this. Nice. So, because that's now filed, we can obviously open this up here. That's all in there. So the whole flight plan is, for those of you who were watching yesterday will obviously understand this. But obviously for those of you not seen, this is what's computer generated every time you do a flight. So everything's in here. So yeah, your normal route, load sheet. Obviously your actual ATC flight plan and stuff. And then your nav log. So obviously, who notices something different about this nav log compared to the one we did at Heathrow? I'll give you a minute to try and see if you can figure it out. What's different on this one compared to the one at Heathrow? Nathaniel, no. Stormy Flyer's got it. It starts with waypoint 5, not waypoint 1. And does anyone know why it starts with waypoint 5 and not waypoint 1? First of all, we're losers. No. Hey, Nathaniel said something sensible. We have a sub. Who was that? It was Driver7X. Was gifted a sub. Waiting for my actual thing to update so I can see who it was. Alex, very kind, gifting a sub to Driver7X. Thank you very much. Very kind, Alex. So yes, so basically it joined up with the Washington route. So instead of making 2 cards for basically the same route, they kept the card from the Washington and just started from waypoint 5 because obviously that's where the routes kind of intersected. So ship is basically the first point there. Yeah, it joins with the Washington route. So it made it a lot easier instead of putting more cards in, just keeping it simple. So that's why we're 005. So obviously that's one thing which will catch people out, is that you need to check which waypoint is first, because it's not always going to be 01 as you start out with the INS. It could be, like today, 05. So you always have to double check. As it says in the text here as well, select 05, load it manually. Obviously, if I can either do it myself or I can let the FO do it. I will actually do it. I'll do it myself today just to show you how to load a card. So I'll do it before I set the VFE off, basically. Because at the moment, nothing's happening. I've not told it to do anything. So I'm going to do it now. I'll do it now, so we can get everything set up, basically. Thank you, Stream Elements, for realizing I'm live now after I reset it. It's all very confusing. Concorde is a confusing aircraft. Yeah, keeping it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Obviously, the old KISS method, basically. Davey, baby. Hello, Dave. 23 whole months. 23 months. Don't expect to be a thing. Thanks, Dave. Oh, I need to turn text-to-speech back on because that had just been a funny one. I'll turn it on for tomorrow's stream if I stream tomorrow. But thank you, Dave. Very kind. Right then, yeah. So card 20, we need to remember that, and also the DME card 91. So 20 and 91. Dean, I haven't set it up. You see, I'll stream tomorrow. Okay, I've been forced to stream tomorrow. I've been busy today, Dean. I'm recovering from last night, basically. Right. Right, let's go down here. So 20 and 91. So we can go down here. So also before I do this, so if I press hold, we can see, pressing the hold button, just left clicking, because if you right click it, it will try and do it on all of them, kind of like the old one. So if you right click remote, it does all of them. If you left click it, it just does the one. So just putting hold on my box, we can see that the card database is 2526. That's the card database that all the cards are in that we've loaded. We can in the past there was obviously card 2525, 2524. They had different cards on it. So obviously that's what BA used for their normal schedule stuff. They also had other cards. So if you're doing like a charter flight, which had a card for it, it may not be card 2526. So you'll have to change that to make sure you get the right cards. So obviously with that, all I have to do to change it is just type in the new one. So I'll just type in the same one again. So 2526, insert. So basically that's how you would change the card database. And then if I want to load a card, I have to right click on remote to make sure all of the 3 INSs get it. So I am the main master INS right now, so I'm telling the other boxes what to use. And then from there, because I want to load I'll load the DME database. So we can press waypoint change, and we were loading card 91, which is the DME card. And then press insert. That'll flash, basically saying it's loading, 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 loading. When it stops flashing, it's loaded. So there you go. So it's not flashing. So that's loaded now. So all the DMEs for that are preset that you can just update off of are all loaded now. And then we can also load in card 20. So waypoint change again. Card 20. Insert. Wait for that to come across. So that's loading. It stopped flashing, which means it's now loaded. So for that, I can now go... I'll take it out of hold mode. So left click on hold. And then I can scroll to the waypoints. So at the moment, I'm selected on number 5, which, as it says on the... if I go over here... As it says on here, load waypoint 5 manually. So obviously, I have to type in the ship point manually. Which is why it's not in there. But if I go to waypoint 6, for example, you can see 39585 72388. If we go up here, 39585 72388. So you can see that it's got the rest of the cards in. So yeah, that's how it works. So you have to import the cards in that way. Phil, hello. So let's put ship in, shall we? So north 40198. So let's go back to waypoint 5. 40198. So north 40198. Insert. And then west 73148. West 73148. 73148. 73148. And we can insert. So now that, because I'm still in master INS mode, that means that all of these boxes have now got what I've put in. So I can right click remote again. Ooh, we have a gifted sub again. That was a different sound. Why was that so different? What happened? I'm waiting for it to update. Ah, very nice. Stormyflyer. I still have to get used to my sounds on my new stream. Stormyflyer gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much, Stormy. That's very, very kind of you. So, Stormy gifting a sub to Marcus, MS Air, Polar AAS, who else? Shemus178, and Ridgie's got one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stormy, very, very kind. Can't wait to get your hands on this. It's good. I'm excited. It should be good. Right. Riyadh is sending me things. He's also sent me the Kanazi climb. That's always useful. So we can show that on here as well. Right. Stormy's a Chaz Chubb. Yeah, thank you very much, Stormy. That's very kind of you. Right. Let us... Right, what was I doing? I was thinking what I was doing still. Okay, yeah, so that's all in. So now if we go on to waypoint on the FO's one, you can see that the waypoints are all in here as well, because I have put them in by having this one as the master. So that's how you insert cards. You can also, if you wanted to see the DME cards as we discussed yesterday, right-click frequency, number 3, right-click DME, which is number 9. Hang on, we'll buy it. So, right-click. Did I load it? Did I load it? I thought I did. Just double check if I actually put it in. Remote, hold, card, 91. Don't check it actually went in properly. Trying to think why it's not the DME is not there. There's 91. We'll have a check in a bit. So so Mickey, you have the choice. So if you don't do it like in a certain time, the VFO will do it for you. Basically, because they'll make sure that you've set in the correct things. Because if you've inserted stuff wrong, he will basically go and look at it, he'll basically look at it and go, yeah, you've not done that right, and put in the correct stuff, basically. So I can actually start that up now. So let's go to back into the. I don't know it's going to hold up. Let's go up to the overhead, and we can left click on the ground call to start the VFE and the VFO doing their stuff. Don't need to do that. Cool. Set it off on there, and then we can right click on here. Just double checking I've got my I have changed the sound accidentally. Right, change it back to that one. Because you can choose which sound device it comes out of, so I couldn't hear it. So I've changed it accidentally. Right, so the VFO, VFE are now doing stuff. Cool. Who's going first? Obviously, I'm going to be a little while, Martin, so it's probably going to be you. Right. So, while that's happening, obviously the fuel is here now doing stuff, so we go outside. You can see our delightful avgas, because GSX, thank you GSX, is there starting to fuel up. And they'll also, once that's done, the catering's done, it will start loading the passengers. Ah, Britain's being really kind, gifting a sub to Martin. So, how long does the Concorde need to refuel? It doesn't take as long as you think. It actually fuels very quickly. It'll still take, obviously, 15, 20 minutes or so. It takes, depending on how much fuel you need. And obviously, we're going to need a fair amount, as usual. Right, let me grab Riyadh's lots of noise. Where's the thing Riyadh sent me? Right, so we have another sub. Let's have a look. Who is that? Let's have a look. We have a sub from Martin D. Wingman. Thank you very much for the new sub. TCAS Clan, basically, the way GSX works is based on the height of where the fuel point is. And Concorde is in that annoying spot where it's just under where it would send a normal fuel bowser. So GSX, in all its wisdom, it needs to be a bit more customizable in that sense. It is rather annoying. Yeah, we did try, But annoyingly, if we set it to what GSX wants you to have it at, it then has fuel things going like properly into the aircraft. And you're like, no, it didn't look very good. Lovely. Right, what can we do now? Let us... I've guessed out spot. Exactly, yeah. Right, I was getting the thing from Riyadh. Let me get that now. Right, Riyadh. So, this is what we're planning to do today. In terms of our SID. So this is the Kennedy 5, which obviously is the normal SID out of JFK for, like, if you're going in multi-direction stuff. So, and today we're departing off 3-1 left, which means we have the lovely Canarsie climb. Basically, as we can see on here, scroll all the way down to here. It's basically in the routing. It tells you to make a left direct to Canarsie, and then via the 176 radial.
How are you getting on back there?
Stand by, I'll need a few more minutes before we're ready for start.
So they're still doing stuff, that's fine. Via Canarsie 176 radial for vectors to assigned route fix. So we'd expect to direct a ship or something like that. But there is actually, the way we actually do it is different. It's obviously with noise and stuff and effects, so we have to think about it a bit differently. So again, I can show you that on here. So let me grab... Just zoom in. My screen's too wide. Right, let us go to... So this is what we basically do for the noise abatement for 3-1 left. This is the Canarsie climb, basically. So we have to rotate normally to theta 2, which is obviously on the ADI. It's the little line that goes across, which you can set. So obviously they set depending on what weight you're at and stuff like that. So it's what you aim to kind of pitch to on takeoff. So rotate normally to it, stabilize, and then once you're stabilized and you've got a rate of climb of 500 feet a minute, basically crank it over to the left 25 degrees. Obviously a slow turn over 5 seconds, 6 seconds, maintaining theta 2. And then you need to get to 235 knots by the time it says 3, 2, 1 now, because if you don't, you'll get negative noise, and they won't cancel the reheats. They will leave the reheats on until basically you're at 235, and then it'll say like noise now, and they'll cancel the reheats, and they'll throw it back as normal. Basically, you don't want to be leaving them on too long because you're going to be flying over Queens and stuff, so you don't want to be leaving it on. From there, we continue the turnaround onto a heading of 235. Once you get to that heading, there'll be a call out of 10 degrees to go. You'll hit that heading. There, the VFE will then put the power back to maximum climb power. You decrease your bank to 7.5 degrees, basically to get up to 2,500 feet. And then once that's done, you then, once you're at 2,500 feet, you can crank the bank on a bit more to intercept the radials you need to do. But basically keep going until you hit the 253 radial. This is a lot of stuff. I'm just going to keep doing it. It's a lot of stuff. But this is what you have to do in a short space of time. And then when you get to the 253 radial from JFK, the VFE will then throttle again. And then at 5 miles from Canarsie, he will then throttle a bit more, back up to climb power over 10 seconds. And then you climb on up, out and away. As a lot, I just spoke a lot of stuff. People will be like, what? What? Like, what have you just talked about? It's a lot of information to think about. There's a lot to do, which is why little things like this, it's very helpful you've got a VFO, and very helpful you've got a VFE, because that's a lot to be doing by yourself. Like, so in the real world, we don't do, like, we have 2 people minimum. Captain Chaos, thank you for your 11 months. Good, strange looking Airbus. It's kind of an Airbus. It's kind of an Airbus. So you can hear the passengers are boarding now. We can look down here. Let me do... Yes, it's working now. I must have been doing something wrong. So basically now, when you right-click, this is what I was on about with the DME cards. So you can run through the cards. So each waypoint has a different VOR, as we discussed yesterday. So 1159 is JFK. And then you've got different ones on the way home, basically. All of these little ones all the way back to the UK. And then we got 1136, which is London. So you got all the way from basically here to London, multiple VORs along the way. Obviously, over the Atlantic, there aren't too many, obviously. But you got some stuff to update on, which means you don't have to manually put them in. Right, perfect. How are we doing with our INS? So we're slowly but surely aligning. So we'll leave that to it. An Airbus that goes back to exactly that. The OG Airbus, absolutely, it all basically came from this. So we can set up our AFCS, as we said already. 250 knots is set for the first thing. We can then set our heading for the first heading we're aiming for, which is 235. That's set there. On the FO side, obviously the things he's going to be looking for is the 253 radial. So 253, and we said it on both things. So he will be looking, obviously he's already got Kennedy tuned in. He will be watching on the HSI to when we cross that radial. Well, when obviously we'd like to be 2,500 or above at that point. Because obviously the longer we're not 2,500 feet, we can't put the power back on. So obviously we'd like to be there by then, but we'll see. He smells like Toy, exactly. And then obviously on my VOR lock, I need to set the Kanazi frequency, which if I look at what I've got here, Kanazi frequency is 112.3. 112.3. And the course we are looking for on the outbound is 176. So that's what I'll set on here. So 176. 176 is set there. Does FUC IPC also work? It does. As Riyadh's answer, it also works with the Volanta autosaves. We have tested this to make sure it works. I always use the FSU IPC one. I know Andy, who's the main developer, he used the Volanta, and we have made sure that they do work. So if you do have a sim crash or for anything like that, you can reload an autosave, and it works. Like, it'll keep all the settings, so all the stuff you had in, all the instruments should be the same. The routing should still be in. Everything should be reloaded. Right, we can also cage our standby. There we are. That's caged there. We can grab the latest ATIS. I don't know if there's ATC on. JFK ground is on. That's good. So we got something. He is wanting to use the 4s. I'm going to ask very nicely to use 3-1. So 2978 is the QNH. So 2978 is set there. 1008. We can also whack this down to 50 feet. Or 20 feet, I should say. That down to there. Yeah, a bit more complicated Airbus, exactly. Also, yeah, also is very useful in P3D. Obviously, MSFS kind of has some aircraft work with it, some don't. It's a bit hit and miss, which is, yeah, rather annoying. So we can't go yet because obviously we're still boarding, but also our INSs are still aligning. So we're just going to wait for that to align. So obviously when that gets down to 0.5, it's ready to be aligned. It is aligned, ready to go into nav, I should say. Yep, green, yellow, blue. So from the Airbus got it from Concorde. So yeah, if we look up here, you can see obviously yellow, green, and yellow, blue. Obviously different things, all the colours. And we can look over here at the actual EO panel. So you can see we've got the green, the yellow, and the blue. So yeah, they do. You can see where the Airbus got some of its stuff from. So we can actually get a clearance from ground. And we can see what they're... Hopefully we can get 3-1 left out of him. So 1 to 1.9, which is already preset because obviously they would have taxied in on ground, so ground is already set. It's quite clever that though, it knows frequencies for the main places. So 1 to 1.9. You should be able to hear the radios, and we can try and grab a clearance. I need something to write it down with. Let's write it in here. Yeah, I'm expecting the JFK5. VATSIM again like to give you RNAV departures quite a lot of time. You're like, no, we can't do the RNAV departure. Give us the old-fashioned JFK departure. Right. Cool. What we got? Information. Charlie. Ground of A, good afternoon. Speedboat Concorde 2 at Terminal 7. We have information Charlie requesting clearance to London Heathrow with 3-1 left if available. I always forget heavy. Thank you very much. Cleared to London Heathrow on the Kennedy 5, then radar vectors to ship. Then as filed, initial climb altitude 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 250 10 minutes after departure. Departure to the Unicom and Squawk 3050. Speedboat Concorde 2 heavy. Feel enough, thank you very much. Cool, so that's perfect. So 3050. It's his extreme quiet. Right, I can turn him up. Apologies, but you kind of get the hint. He's very low. Yeah, this is the problem. Trying to balance loud Concorde with ATC is quite difficult.
Fine, but I have a good one.
How's it now? If you hear him coming through now, let me know. Well, when he talks again. So 5,000. So we can set that. So 5,000 set there. 253, 253. That's all good there. That's all set. Good now. Cool. Hopefully that helps. I need to message. Who have I been tagged by? I need to message Andy for one, because Andy, I need to make sure he's still able to come online a little bit in a bit, so I will just message him. Right. While we're looking about that, we can have a look outside, because, oh, there's Martin. I forgot we haven't actually seen Martin's part next to us. He's in Concorde as well. So yeah, those of you who just tuned in, you get to 515. Thanks, Joel. So yeah, you get to see the lovely external. I do like the Landor paint. It is very, very nice. What I was gonna say, which livery, BA livery, do you guys like the most? Like mine is definitely Landor. Obviously there's the Negus one, and there's also the Union one. Which livery do you guys like the most? The Lufthansa one. Boac on the 7-1. Yeah, that is a nice one. Oh, on the VC10, yeah, Boac on the VC10 was nice. Landor, yeah, Landor.
Kennedy ground, good afternoon, Speedboat Concorde 4 heavy.
Speedboat Concorde 4 heavy, Kennedy ground.
Speedboat Concorde 4 with Charlie.
The world tail. I'm one of the. Not many people like the world tails. I like the world tails.
Speedboat Concorde 4 heavy, you are cleared to London Heathrow.
Everyone's like it's an abomination. I actually like them.
Radar vectors.
Some of them were a bit weird, but most of them were quite. It was different.
Level 250, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 122.8, squawk 2271.
Clear to Heathrow, Kennedy 5, departure radar vectors, ship, initially 5,000 feet and 2501 minutes after departure, and departure 1 to 2 decimal.
Dummy, I'm not going to say which release candidate we're on. It's not RC8. We've had a few more since, so.
Speedbird Concorde 4. Heavy.
I know. Thatcher
Feedback
did
is
not
correct.
like them.
Push and start at your discretion. And you can expect a runway 31 left for departure today.
Cool. Martin's going to go first, so we're going to let him
We'll
depart. He can get going. So, Martin, if you're in here, which I think you are, you can get going. And then we'll follow you out. You'll start. Perfect. So once Martin has pushed and got his engines running and he's ready to taxi, we'll start our engines and get going. Yes, obviously, yeah. They couldn't. The Union paint, the Chatham Dockyard. They couldn't obviously fly with those well-tailed. It's a lot, yeah. Because obviously, if you look at the back of these ones, you can see that the paint itself doesn't go right to the front of the tail, because obviously the heat would have just overheated that bit and probably melted the paint off. And obviously on the newer tails, there was a lot less paint on the back end of the rudder, because they had a few delamination issues when, obviously, especially in the Landor area, where obviously it's dark blue paint, doesn't go so well with heat. So obviously with the newer paints, there was a lot less paint at the top edge. Pepsi Concorde was exactly the same, obviously being a bright blue Concorde with Pepsi on the wings. Yeah, it was limited to Mach 2 for only 20 odd minutes. It couldn't go Mach 2 for very long. When it did fly Supersonic, it could fly Mach 1.7 and not have too many issues, but Mach 2 it was limited. The Singapore paint. I like the Singapore paint. The Singapore paint looks really nice with obviously the old kind of BA paint on one side and the Singapore paint on the other. Is the engine start difficult on Concorde with the VFE and VFO? No. The VFO make it very easy that you don't have to worry about it. Just the EasyJet. No EasyJet paint on a Concorde. No. Like Andy and I, while I think we were discussing yesterday, when obviously the development was going on, I was chatting to Andy about some of the random paints on Flight Sim TO, and we were looking at it going, what on earth are some of these? I remember like there was a Spirit one, so it was bright yellow, like the whole thing was yellow and black. There was like a BOAC one which looked very strange. Yeah, there were some abominations on there. You saw the Air France more than the BA? Fair enough. Obviously, being where I lived, I saw BA ones every day. They can't stop you. No, I can't stop you. The aircraft may have ideas though, depending on how you paint them. So Martin hopefully shouldn't be too far away from pushing. Air New Zealand. I'd actually like that one. Air New Zealand would actually look quite nice. Because obviously you think there were quite a few customers when Concorde was being designed. So like airlines like Iran Air, Pan Am, like lots of airlines had orders in for it, and they had mock-ups painted up of it, obviously little models and stuff. Some of the paints actually look quite nice. It tended to be by JFK, so when the Air France... Fair enough, that makes sense. Obviously, with me, for kind of just before Concorde retired, I lived in West London, so I saw, obviously, all the Concordes arriving most evenings. And obviously, when I was younger, like bit more younger, I lived, obviously, in Swindon, so I'd get all the departures and stuff. And obviously, the arrivals in the evenings coming straight over, pretty much. Hush, Nathaniel. Ah, Mr. Duncan, hello. Yeah, Swindon. It's a dump of a place, but I love it all the same. Duncan is still Duncan is happy because he's got a mod thing in here now. He's as long as he doesn't like abuse it. There's a few people I don't mind. He can time out. he can time out Nathaniel. Ilfracombe, yeah, of course, yeah. Clarify views. Carl, hello. Briali, good evening to you. Carl Martin, hurry up. Let's get going. Captain Hake, hello, and thank you for your Twitch Prime subscription. Very kind. Thank you, thank you. You're between Minehead and Bridgewater. Oh, okay, yeah. So you'd probably some days probably just about heard the start of a boom because obviously they would have just started their acceleration around about there. Knowing Martin, he's getting another beer. Although he was on cider earlier, so yes, Dave. Landor does look very nice. Do like a bit of Landor action. Tim, thank you very much for your Twitch Prime subscription as well. Very kind, very kind. I can see his beacon is on because I can see it in the tail. How's IOTB looking? Well, we're looking to hopefully depart in the next few minutes, or at least get the engines going in the next few minutes. Just waiting for Martin to get out of the way. Yep, fastest jet on the world. Well, this is the problem. When there's multiple Concords, there's a bit of a wait involved. But the thing is, I can't... There he goes. Who's Martin? This is Martin. He's one of the other... He's another FSLabs tester. He's in the Concorde next to me. So he was having to go through obviously the checklist. Which we can start, to be honest. We can get most of it going. So if I go in here, we can run... So I can go into the checklist, number 5... And we can do the before chart checklist. So obviously that's one way to do it. Obviously we can do it like just get it down to the line. If you guys want to run it so it goes all the way through without an interruption, you would call GSX by putting the intercom switch to intercom. Because obviously you're pretending you're talking to ground. So let's start the before start checklist.
Before start checks, master CBs.
Set and checked, no flags in the middle.
Cockpit inspection and security.
Complete.
Mine's complete. Oxygen.
On checked and 100%.
Check this side, 100%. DV windows. Port is closed. Flight control inverters. They're on. Anti-stall systems. Yeah, they're both on. Rad INS switches. Set to radio. Instrument transfer switches.
Is that triple
Yep, set my side. Altimeters. 2976. Nav radios. Yeah, they've been set and identified now. Brakes. Set to park. Nav lights.
They are on.
Throttle masters.
They are set to alternate.
Ground height checkout.
Yellow, yellow and off.
Fuel heaters.
Auto.
I'll wait until it's finished before I say something.
Shut.
Secondary air doors.
Selected auto.
Checked. Batteries.
They are on.
The INSs. Right then. Present position from the book. North 40390. West 73.
The virtual pilot's a bit quiet. Okay.
And now looking at the first 4, waypoint 5. North 40.
That's about how to make them louder.
West
Yep, the wipers do work.
148. Waypoint 6.
They move.
North
Right, you're pushing now.
39585. West 72388. Waypoint 7.
So he's obviously going
North
through
39246.
this at the moment.
West 71426.
So he's filling out Lind. No, it's this one.
39520.
West 68150.
West 68150.
There we are.
That's all checked. Down to 0. Ready for nav.
Nav on 1. 2.
And 3.
3. The ready nav lights are out.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
ASI bugs and pitch index. I've got 161, 196, 218, 259, 250, and a pitch index of 13 degrees.
That's all
Fuel
two
flow
places
and
too.
P7 bugs.
So he's now going to read these up.
Do you agree with these figures? 203, 199, and back there, 388, 384.
Which is here.
Yep, they look good.
Okay,
388,
cross checks.
384.
Clock and TLA bugs. 65 seconds, which is 1 minute 5. Set both sides, cross check.
Perfect.
Right, briefing is next.
Now he's going to talk through the Canarsie
Okay,
climb.
So we're departing off 31 left. Standard left-hand seat departure, flying the Canarsie climb with the normal calls turn, 321 noise, 235, then limit the bank angle to 7 degrees, climbing to 5,000 feet and planning to cross the 253 radial at or above 2,500 feet. We'll bring the power back on at 5 nautical miles from Kennedy and expect to then head out with a direct to Lindor ship. The safety height inland is 2.8 and the highest safety height on the way out is 3,000 feet, so we'll use that as our safety height. We'll use the normal emergency briefing that we did on the outbound. If we find ourselves airborne with an engine failure, we'll limit the bank angle to 15 degrees. All happy?
Yep, that's all understood.
Okay, that brings us down to the line, waiting for the load sheet.
Cool. Just waiting for the load sheet. Yes, so Chewie, you're saying about the discrepancy. That's the whole point, is that you can enter the data yourself, and then the FO, he will double check that you've entered the same stuff as basically is on the plan. And if you haven't, he will correct you. Which is a very naughty FO thing to do. He should ask your permission, as you are captain. He should ask your permission. Can I change your numbers? Because obviously the captain's always right, right? So yeah, the FO will check and change if you get it wrong. Right, let's see where Martin is. I can hear him. So yeah, once he starts taxiing out, we will start our push. Yes, don't question the captain. No, we definitely not done the wrong waypoints, have we, Chewie? We start doing a 180 again. Why are we going south? Yes, basically, FO, do nothing. Captain's always right. Henrik, the amount of immersion you get from the sounds is insane, because inside the flight deck, it is very loud. It's a loud place to be, because you've got all the avionics fans and stuff going on behind you. Yeah, exactly. Why is the first waypoint 900 miles away? Exactly. So it's just like, something's definitely gone wrong there. Hey, Martin's on his way. Perfect. So we will start doing our stuff now. Then by the time we push and everything, Martin should be hopefully far enough ahead. But yeah, the sound-wise, like, there's a lot of noise in here. The engine noise, like, as Andy said yesterday, he was extremely fortunate to be able to get recordings of a real, like, the actual engines, like, external and stuff. And he flew on Concorde himself. So he has an idea of what it was like actually flying on the thing, in the flight deck, obviously, and in the cabin. Flight time back to Heathrow. So our flight time today, if we go on to this page, flight time today is 3 hours and 9 minutes. So it's insane. It's so quick. It's so quick. Right, it's called GSX, and let's get going. Yes, I need pushback. Oh, one thing I've forgotten to do. Distance to go, 3142.
Kennedy ground, Civil Concorde 4 Heavy, approaching Alpha, ready for taxi.
So there's one thing you can figure out to do, but which you have to do.
No Charlie, please.
(3140), and we can. Oh wait, enter it. There we are. You like to see chat? Of course you do. I wonder why. I wonder why you like it, Ken, with obviously Twitch all over it.
Concorde 4 Heavy, not a problem. Runway 31 left. Taxi.
Imagine Simfest and 742. It'd be great. I would actually love it if Gary got a 742. Like to actually have a go on that.
31 left, right Alpha Golf, cross 2 to right at Golf, and then Zulu speed 4.
Right, where is my iPad? I've moved it somewhere. That's really safe. It's a big old iPad. Oh, there it is. So I can actually have my taxi charts on here. Right. Do my position that I always have.
Okay, ready to continue with the checklist?
Load sheet. fuel weight, 0 fuel CG.
88, 0. 52, 58.
Fuel remain, aircraft weight.
Good happy. Yeah, that's true.
97. 1, 76, 9, 61.
Checked.
So obviously he's reading the numbers which he's put in on here.
Transfer.
Start clearance we've got. Door lights.
All out.
Right, something I have to do. Master warning, recall.
Has been recalled and checked. Anti-collision lights.
Right,
On.
Throttles.
let's put these in as well. Good old piano
Engine
keys.
feed pumps.
They are on.
Okay, let's get the clearance to start.
Flight deck ground.
Go ahead.
We're ready to start if you can give us the pressure.
So you can hear
Okay, stand by.
the ground crew is an American, because obviously we're in America.
Air on the left. Air on the right.
Ready to start engine 3.
All clear.
Starting 3 now.
We're sat here, we want to see the engine start. Get to see a little bit of the flames coming out the back. Oh, all that unspent fuel again.
We're finished with the air on the right-hand side.
Roger.
It's on fire, I know. Burnt money, absolutely. Yeah, the Greta again. Greta would not like this.
Hydraulics coming online now.
So we'll see that everything comes up.
We're ready to start number 2.
Roger. Clear to start 2.
So now we'll see. I'm pointing with my. Why am I pointing with my mouse? Number 2. So it'll be this one. Starting now.
Speedbird 4 Heavy, I have an amendment for your departure frequency. Departure frequency is going to be 125.32 now.
Okay, new departure frequency 125.3250, confirmed.
We're finished with the ground air.
Roger.
So you can hear the ground airs. Obviously, it's got a lot quiet now because obviously the ground, the air that's plugged in, high pressure air has been taken away. It's amazing how loud that is usually. ASUs are so loud. Yeah, we have control for departure. Everyone's come on now. It's great.
They are running.
Hydraulics.
It's
Right.
checked.
Back we go.
Below ground, please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We're cleared to push back when you're ready. Call for brakes release.
Stand by.
So we got 1191 is who we're talking to next.
You're all clear. Parking brake set to release.
Right.
Okay,
Brakes released.
this time, 1743.
Copy.
Alright, and we can put the visor down. You can hear Hannah doing the PA.
Your seat area shows details of escape routes, oxygen masks and life jackets. It also shows the brace position which you must adopt in an
Got my drink.
emergency landing. The emergency exits are on both sides of the aircraft. They're clearly marked and are being pointed out to you now. There are 2 exits at the rear of the aircraft and 2 at the front of each cabin section. Please take
Number
a moment
4.
now to locate
Roger.
the nearest exit to you, keeping in mind that the nearest usable exit may be behind you.
It's good. So obviously, it's all specially done for Concorde, all the PAs. Right, let's set mode C as well. So the transponder is on. So obviously the time we're departing now, by the time we get back to the UK, it should be dark. So it means that we'll have a nice kind of transition to going into the darkness. So we'll be able to turn all the cockpit lights and stuff on for our landing into Heathrow. With scenery, so I used the Drazeki JFK scenery. Oh yes, one thing people will notice, what's different to the way I'm starting the engines today compared to yesterday? Can anyone guess what's slightly different?
Roger.
No, they would stay down route for number 1. correct. So 2 and 3 were started on stand, and 1 and 4, so 4 and 1, are started in the push. At Heathrow, they start once you finish the push. Heathrow, they wait until you've been pulled forward. Normally, obviously, GSX can't pull forwards, so it's basically once the push is done.
In position. Parking brake set to park.
Cool. Remember, as I said yesterday, pull it twice, emergency, and then full brakes. So that was my position that I've used for GSX, because I've obviously done this flight a lot of times. So there are some GSX profiles out there. I can't remember where I got mine.
They are running.
Pushback checklist complete.
It's just because that's what they wanted to do at Heathrow. Some airports have different rules for how you start things. I need to do stuff. Yeah, it's in. Right, I've not done my flight control checks. I need to do these. So let's reset on those so we can set it onto the green.
Tested and off.
Checking the flight controls.
They're all on.
Hydraulics,
Checked.
electrics.
Left. Right. So yeah, we're still in green. Knock it into blue.
Hello, ground. Please make sure the ground equipment's clear.
Blue,
Look for you
reset,
on the right
blue,
hand side. Thanks
reset.
for your help.
You're welcome. Have a good trip.
GSX is waving away.
Thanks, bye. That's
And we
the
test on the
after
blue,
start checklist.
which is the normal one. So you check the flight controls twice to make sure they work on both systems. Nicola, if I want to, I could check the trims all the way forwards, all the way back, all the roll, all the... I'm not doing that today. It takes a long time. I don't have time. Right, trim should be 2.5, which it is. So remember, as I said yesterday, 10 bells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's around about 2.5, which is nice. Right. I can actually taxi forward to the edge of the apron and then talk to ground again. So let's turn taxi turn lights on, nose down to 5, and we can initially release the brakes. I'm going to stand on the brakes, release them, bring it back to emergency brakes, make sure that what I'm doing, so you can see I'm wiggling them, just making sure they're actually doing something. Just checking sure that it goes onto the alternate system and stuff, and then we can release the brakes again. Which is why he says on the brakes, he says checked and in normal, because obviously I've put them back into normal. So it's going to move slightly forwards just to get hold short of Alpha 1, and I'll call ground.
Taxi checklist. Visor and nose.
Down 5 degrees.
Brakes.
Have been checked and are normal.
Flight instruments.
Checked here, no flags.
Flight controls.
We've got Delta.
Yep, they're all in blue and the light is out.
Trims.
2.5 set
Sentinel
for takeoff.
aircraft.
Set for
Status
takeoff.
information, Delta is current, altimeter 2978.
And ground speed Concorde 2 Heavy approaching Alpha 1 with Delta. Request taxi.
Seabird Concorde 2 Heavy, thank you for Delta. Runway 31 left. Taxi via right on Alpha. Golf. Hold short 4 left at Golf.
Okay, thank you very much. Expecting 3-1 left, taxi right on Alpha, Golf, and hold short of 4 left at Golf. 30 people Concorde 2. Perfect. So basically we go out here, right turn on Alpha, which should be the first right.
Oh, thanks, Hannah. Talk to you shortly.
So Hannah is ready, cabin are ready to go. No, it's too early, Riyadh. We'll do it in flight. Because as I said, it's going to be getting dark as we fly back towards the UK. Right, it's checking left, make sure there's no one there. No one there. So we're clear to turn to the right on Alpha. Remember to oversteer in this thing. Oh, wants to do the...
Mid-travel forward.
Do it now, so... Ooh.
Idle. Idle reverse. And cancel. Seats and harness next.
There is a button to pause the checklist. I forgot what it was, so that was why I did that while I was in a turn, but
Mine's locked.
things to
Power off and
remember.
secure.
So we're just checking the reversers there, obviously to make sure they actuate correctly. I need to remember what the pause key is for the checklist. So that's the thing to say. You can pause the checklist. So that was a VIP hello. Because we're doing the reverse shut off, you put the power throttle forward and then back, then reverse. So you can pause the checklist and resume it, obviously. Pete, we always oversteer. For a 90-degree entry onto a runway, you should always oversteer. So you get every last meter. Same as 09, same as most runways. If it's a 90-degree entry onto a runway, you should do it. So, quick, while we got a little bit of time to taxi, we'll run through again what the Canarsie climb entails. So, we're going to, obviously, do our normal takeoff roll, see full power, reheat to come on, start the timer, V1, rotate, pitching up towards Theta 2, which, as I said before, is this mark here, in the middle there. You're pitching up towards that, towards Theta 2. Once we're at that point, 500 feet a minute, the VFO will say turn, or positive climb, and then turn. Over 5 seconds, bank it left to 25 degrees, get the gear up, keep the turn.
CG switch. It's normal.
He's doing stuff.
53.5%.
So he's finishing his checks. Wait for him to finish, because he should share the taxi checks complete.
Taxi checklist is complete.
There we are. So once that's done, once we start that crank, that turn to 25 degrees, we're turning all the way around to heading 235. And at that point, they will engage max climb power again. Once we've done that, we'll roll our wings to 7 degrees, 7.5 degrees. Basically so we can climb a bit quicker, because obviously there's less drag with less bank. And then, I knew you'd say that, Nathaniel. Once we've done that, keep it 7 degrees until 2,500 feet. Then we can crank the roll on a bit more, because we're looking to intercept the 176 radial from Canarsie, which is tuned here, which we will get once we take off. It'll tune. But
I'm going to have to amend your route a little bit. Would you want it to be a PDC?
do I miss Bristol? Yeah, of course I miss Bristol. Bristol was an interesting place to be based at.
American 3421, you can expect PDC shortly.
Yep. This is what happens in the real thing. So basically the whole aircraft bounces because of where the nose wheel is behind you, and it's quite long. You do bounce on and off. Thank you, Riyadh. A thing which I did discuss earlier, which I didn't actually do. I said you need to be careful, and I've proven why. This route, the first waypoint you're going to is waypoint 5, which obviously the FO had done, but didn't tell me about it. So you got to keep an eye on those FOs. They don't like telling the captains everything. These blimmin' FOs. Right, so we take this left here, which is Golf, and we hold short of 4 left at Golf. So a little bit oversteering again. Oh, Riyadh, I would expect Riyadh to correct me. I see we've got 2 heavy, holding short of 4 left at Golf.
Speedbird to heavy, cross 4 left at Golf. Continue on Golf to Zulu, runway 31 left at Zulu.
At Golf, cross runway 04 left, and after crossing Golf Zulu to hold 31 left, Super Concorde 2. Alright, let's carry on. Don't spare the horses. We won't. It's going to be full power. Alright, we will look anyway. He has cleared us across, but I will double check. There is definitely no one coming, so that's all good. Full power. It's great. So there is a kind of derate, but it's just the fuel flow. So you say what the max fuel flow is. Basically, that's the only kind of derate you kind of have. But obviously, still the throttles are always forward every time. They're always forward. Runway feels short. It's 2,000 meters. It's not that. Well, it's short, but it's not that short. So we're going to take the right turn here, the slight right turn here. Vip here, hello. Yes, on some of them, not all of them. So when we get to the runway, we do the takeoff checklist. It will say if we're a stopper or if we're go on 3 reheats. So it'll tell you basically if you're going to make it or not. I'm expecting us to be a stopper for this one because we're fairly heavy. So, alright, we follow this now all the way to the runway. Thanks, Dunk. Well, and it wasn't that bad. So horrible. It wasn't bumpy, it was just slightly left of the centre line.
Pushback Concorde V2 heavy, contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. Have a good flight.
119.1, Pushback Concorde 2. Have a good night. Right, what's departure? 125.325.
Pushback Concorde 2 Heavy Kennedy Tower, good afternoon. Wind 3509er, runway 31 left, clear takeoff.
31 left, clear takeoff, Pushback Concorde 2. Good evening. 1325325. Wrong one. 325. Right, I'm just gonna. That's why you don't look down while you're doing it. Right, let's set him off for a second.
Takeoff check, please.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing, and we're a stopper.
So we're a stopper. So there you go.
Landing lights.
Yeah, it's fine.
Turns on, the rest all off.
Transponder.
Squawking. 3050.
Wheel lights.
Off.
Yep, they're off here. Master
Full send, exactly.
Called. There's nothing there. Inhibited.
Right, proper oversteer.
monitor.
Armed.
Reheats. Selected.
4 white.
Pitch index.
13 degrees.
Radar.
It's off.
That's the before takeoff checklist complete.
Right. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Release. All the reheats. On we go.
Airspeed building. Knots.
Power set.
Right. Approach V1.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive climb turn.
Turn.
Gear coming up.
25 degrees.
3, 2, 1. Noise. 240 knots.
So pitching to maintain
Super
data
Concorde 2
2.
Heavy departure is 125.32. Enjoy the ride.
125, 325. Super Concorde 2. Have a good night.
Up, lights off, neutral.
Landing landing lights.
Taxi
So I can take my hands off for a second.
Master warning.
Code Air Canada 420.
Air Canada 420, thanks, feedback is correct.
Alright, there's the airfield off to our
Threes
left.
to go.
That's the
Seabird 126 Heavy, reduced speed to 180.
Alright, it's 235, so we're going to roll out slightly. He's put the power forwards again. Said good day, Super Concorde 2, passing 1,500 on the Canarsie climb.
Super Concorde 2 Heavy, New York departure, thanks, radar contact, climb and maintain 1 to 12,000.
Climb maintain 1 to 12,000, Super Concorde 2.
The radial's active.
So he's just gone through the radial there, so we're just waiting for 2,500 before I can turn a little bit more.
Seabird 126, good rate down to 2,000, please.
Down 2,000, Seabird 126.
Right, 2.5, crank that on now a bit more. We're just crossing the 253 radial, we're above 2.5, that's good.
Throttling.
Right, he's now throttling up. Just pitching down, don't want to slow down too much. Right, to inset that 176 radial.
Start, Air Canada 420.
Seabird 126 Heavy, turn right heading 010,
Right, we're cleared to
you're
12,000
4 miles
as well,
from
so
VTOL,
let's
2,000
wind that
till
up.
established, good ILS 4 right.
010, ILS says 4 right, Seabird 126 Heavy.
Seabird Concorde 2, traffic's off your right-hand side in 7.5 miles, a company Speedbird A350 landing 4 right.
That's copied, we'll keep an eye out, Super Concorde 2.
Nippon Cargo 159, Heavy, descend and maintain 16,000, Kennedy altimeter 2978.
Right, so my throttles, we're at full throttles now, we can turn that on, we can go for VOR lock.
Ready for push and start, Air
FB.
Canada 420.
Air Canada 420, roger, push and start at your discretion, start to non-movement area, call ready for taxi.
We'll call
Out
for
quiet
ready
as well, where is he?
taxi, Air Canada 420.
We lost him. On our way.
Speedbird
Right, obviously
126
accelerating,
Heavy,
so get the
contact
nose coming
Kennedy
up.
Tower, 119.1, see ya.
Don't want to be going too fast for that, so get that up. Because the limit for the nose and stuff be down to 300 knots, 325 knots. So we don't want to be going too fast for that.
Delta 9725, climb and maintain level 360.
360, 925.
It's fade kind of max to come on again.
Seabird Concorde 2, direct ship, climb and maintain level 230.
Redirect ship, climb, maintain 230, Super Concorde 2. Right, ship is 5 again, so 05 in there. INS, and 230.
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, descend and maintain 13,000.
Right, let's pitch down to accelerate.
Nippon Cargo 159.
Through 10 for 230 with a prime 2977 is set, and I've got 53.3.
It is
Delta 9725 for traffic. I need a better climb here, 10,000 feet, about 50 miles northwest of Newark.
I'm going to guess things happened while I did the takeoff. I wonder what happened. Right, accelerating away. Hey, Carl!
New York Center, JetBlue 538, Takeoff.
JetBlue 538, roger. Across 10 miles
How do you put
east of
directs
Cameron
in?
at
So,
9,000.
a direct's
altimeter
basically,
Kennedy
so your
2978.
position 0 in the INS is your current position. Position 0 is your current position. So, obviously, he gave me direct ship. I know the ship is waypoint 5, so to go direct to
Juliet on the
waypoint
ground,
5,
LaGuardia,
you
ready
have
to
to
copy
do
IFR
0
Boston.
to 5, and that's direct from your present position. I don't know what you
68
could be
Tango
implying,
Juliet, clear to
dude.
Boston,
Oop,
10
that's
6
not what I meant.
departure, Redactors Meritus file, climb
I don't know
via the
what you're
SID,
implying.
expect level 210, 10 minutes after departure.
I didn't have any
Departures with me,
control over
12
FSLabs release in the
7723.
Concorde. No, no, no.
Cleared to Boston, 10 6 departure, radar vectors Merit, then after file, climb via SID, expect level 210, minutes after departure. Departure with you, squawk 7723 for 68 Tango Juliet.
68 Tango Juliet, read back correct.
Thank you. And can we expect 13?
Confirm. Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, turn right heading 180, descend and maintain 8,000.
Right 180 down to 8,000.
Do you see what's going to happen? Obviously, for those of you from before. Oh, how fast am I going? I don't want to go too fast. I'm waiting for him to say.
Flight level 380
Seatbelts going off now.
Roger, just confirming that's Air France 52.
Taxi turn lights.
So I say your numbers one more time for me, please.
They're all off. They're all off.
American Airline 1909.
American Airlines 1909. I don't see you on my scope. Say your position for me.
Inbound Kennebunk.
Oh, Kennebunk. All right, American 199. You're still outside my airspace. Call me at about 150 miles.
All right.
Into max climb.
American 1909.
Super Concorde 2 Heavy. Say your estimated time for land, requested cruise, altitude, and Mach speed.
So we are. I'll come back to you. It would help if I actually look at how long it's going to take me.
Ground,
not just start talking.
Brickyard 5769.
So Lind is.
Brickyard 5769. Push approved. Plan 13.
Pushback approved 13 for Brickyard 5769. Oh, what's the altimeter today?
LaGuardia altimeter is 2978.
8 minutes to Lind.
Upon cargo 159 heavy, descend and maintain 3,000. Good.
So
rate all the way down. We'll get you right in.
We'll say 1915.
Down to 3,000 upon cargo 159.
Super Concorde 2 will be looking to be at Lind at time 1815 Zulu and looking for Mach 2 in the cruise of flight level 600.
Super Concorde 2 Heavy, Roger. That's copied. Climb and maintain block altitude flight level 450 to flight level 600.
Climb into the block, flight level 450 is flight level 600. Super Concorde 2, thank you. Alright, up we go. Up to 60k. Right, turn auto quiet off. We don't need to prime it anymore. We're above transition.
American 2134 direct Lima Yankee
standard.
Hotel.
Direct Lima Yankee Hotel for American 2134.
And now, for our acceleration, we will engage the reheats again when we get to Mach 0.93. Is when we're going to be accelerating. Chewie, I will explain it in a little bit.
Ready for taxi, Air Canada 420.
So you can hear the FOs changing his headings.
Air Canada 420, runway 27 left, taxi via November, cross 27 right, Sierra Sierra 1.
So waiting for Mach 0.93.
Taxi 27 left via November, cross 27 right.
That's 0.9.
Taxi.
Which you can see here, 0.90.
Sierra Sierra 1, Air Canada 420.
Nippon Cargo 159 heavy, turn right heading 260.
I1.
Right 260, Nippon Cargo 159.
Nine two. And just approaching 9.3. So I'm going to start the timer now. I'm going to do what I did yesterday. Go outside. And we are going to do... all the power. All the power! Powered by the tears of Greta. So, as you can see, we're already accelerating away, 9.7.
JetBlue 538, plan the ILS 4 right.
9.8.
ILS 4 right, JetBlue 538.
Nippon Cargo 159 heavy, descend and maintain 2,000, speed your discretion.
9.9.
Discretion Nippon Cargo 159.
Packs they would see, yep. They would see, right, this one. So, yep. Mach 1. Just approaching Mach 1 now, so... that's what they would see. They'd be happy. Mach 1, there you are. Move it the other way. Mach 1.
Mach 1. Transparency's de-ice and de-mist.
Heading them. Sorry! It still shows Mach 1.
55, 2, going aft.
My bloody head's in the way. Relatively, I know. Sorry.
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, turn right, heading 310.
Right, 310, Nippon Cargo 159.
Right, let's start updating off a VOR just so we have something. So let's just double check what we've got.
To 60, no prime, 2992 is set, and I've got 55.
147.
It's still going aft.
T got 159. We got that? Yep. So we can start updating off that. So waypoint 2.
244 left, taxi via Bravo.
Right. So, yeah, RNAV light means we're updating off the VOR, so we'll just leave that to continue tracking that. Yeah, I'm still with New York, Martin. No, of course I do.
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, descend and
I
maintain
still talk to both of them.
1,500.
Leif, more than I've obviously Aiden I've not talked to for a while. Obviously, I've talked to him fairly recently, and he was in here yesterday as well, so he's around. Oh, that's a nice looking Concorde, isn't it, Chewy? I don't know what you'd be on about. That's a nice looking sim though, isn't it?
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, fighting 340.
40 on the heading, Nippon Cargo 159.
We have another sub. It's a new Twitch Prime Vice Garifaz. Thank you very much for your new subscription.
Thank you. American 2134, DC is offline, Unicom 20.
Shall we do a little sonic boom?
Great day.
22.8 for American.
Outside flyby. Oh, it looks so nice at Landor.
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, 5 from Heavy, turn right heading 010, 1,500 till establishment localizer, cleared ILS 4 right.
Alright, 010 on the heading, 1,500
till
establishment
boom!
localizer cleared.
It sounds so good.
04 right. Alright, Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy.
Any of your centers, November 68 Tango Juliet on the ground, LaGuardia, ready to taxi 13.
68 Tango Juliet, 13, taxi via Double Bravo, Golf Papa.
Double Bravo, Golf Papa, the 13 for 68 Tango Juliet, thanks.
Nippon Cargo 159 Heavy, have a great day. Contact Kennedy Tower, 19-1, see ya.
Over to
Boom
tower,
time,
tower
always
today,
been boom.
159, we'll see you.
Right, so he's just said that leg 7 to 8
420.
checks out, so we can actually do that now. So
Air Canada 420, lovely, fly
7 to
runway
8,
heading, wind
so
2208, 27 left, clear for
we can
takeoff.
check that it's working.
Fly
So 7
runway
to
heading
8
27
should
left,
be
clear for takeoff, Air Canada
distance of 162 miles. So let's just go into waypoint change, 7, 8, 162 miles. We can check that, and obviously we can confirm that waypoint 7 is 39 to north, 392
Super Concorde 4, Oceanics offline, Monte Unicom, 122 point, have a great day, cheerio.
07146, 07146, and waypoint 8 is 39552, 39520, west 68150. So then we can just check. So that's how you would do a, basically you check the next term. That's why you hear the FO basically leg 6, 7 to 8 checks.
JetBlue 538, depart Cameron, direct
basically what I just
VTAL.
did, where you're checking each waypoint, so obviously 7 and 8, and then obviously checking the distance in between. Concorde is released. It is indeed. Ah, this was just all a ploy. Yesterday was the pre-release stream. Today was we're gonna release it stream, but not tell you all. Lovely. It was all a ploy. All a ploy. I know. I always know more than you think.
Air Canada 420.
Air Canada 420, thanks, Philly radar contact, climb and maintain 12,000, turn left, direct roof.
Climb maintain 12,000 direct to route, Air Canada 420.
Air Canada 420, amend that, climb maintain 8,000 direct roof.
8,000 direct to route, Air Canada 420.
And New York 7
So he's still
St.
putting
Tango
fuel to the
Juliet,
back.
LaGuardia 13, ready to go.
Tango Juliet, stand by.
All right, we'll go when we get close to 1.7. We'll go back into external view so you can see the reheats turning off.
Six eight Tango Juliet 13, clear for takeoff, wind 06012.
Thanks for the winds, 13 clear for takeoff, 68 Tango Juliet, thanks.
9725, Cleveland's offline, Mono Unicom 122.8, good day.
If anyone, like, if the volumes are not right, please do let me know, because obviously I see Max has got a good mic, so obviously I've had to turn it up from before. So I've just turned him down a little bit, so let me know how the volumes are. And he can spill the beans on MSFest. Wow, that's if he's up for saying stuff.
And I want to clear to starting descent. American 1
Yes, sorry,
American
yes, Chewy, I was going to actually talk to you. With the
good
cards,
afternoon.
the INS only entering a certain number of waypoints. I'm guessing you. So, yes, so if I go to... Was that for me? No. So on here, you...
40 up to 60, no prime, 2992 is set, and I've got
So you can see through here,
It's still aft.
you've got different numbers. This is where you would change, basically. So legs 9 to 1, the VFO will put in the next card for us, basically. So card 21 will be loaded, and then the next time will be card 5 to 6, card 22 will load. And then later on, 1 to 2, card 23 will load. So each card can have 9 waypoints on it, and obviously you have to have a slight overlap, because obviously when you insert the next card, if you're still going to a waypoint and you overwrite the waypoint, it's going to be like, what do you want me to do? It's just going to try and it'll break where it's going. So there is a few waypoints that overlap to stop that from happening. So then obviously that's why you update at different points. And obviously if you were doing without cards, without cards you will just insert every point manually, and just after you pass each waypoint you update the next one.
New York, stay your altitude leaving.
So you'd be a few ahead obviously, but
And New York,
usually about 3 or 4 waypoints ahead.
2000, we're trying to climb here.
So does that make sense, Chewy?
Six Tango Juliet, so you're not on the 10 to 6 departure. Where are you going?
Yep, we're going now. Autopilot just kind of
Oh no.
had a seizure. So
The good old blame the
now
autopilot
to go to
excuse.
10 to 6.
So no, the
Alright, Six Tango
VFO.
Juliet,
So
traffic
the
alert,
VFO
traffic on your
does
right-hand side
the
and
cards.
5.5 miles, an American A320 in the right turn off Kennedy.
Okay, yeah, it's done. So those of you who are saying that minimum was 12 gig,
Juliet,
the
maintain
recommended
visual separation of traffic,
is 12
on
gig.
maintain 10,000.
Maintain visual separation
Coming up on
10,000
Mach
for 8
1.7.
Tango Juliet.
Import's going off. Outboard's off.
8 Tango Juliet, direct Merritt, onto 17,000.
Nice.
Merit and 17,000 for 8 Tango Juliet.
Put that on before he moans at me.
57.6, going aft.
Yes, so
240,
Dean,
103,
as
4 left,
Duncan
left,
said, he's changing it. I think. I can't remember what he said. Yeah.
American 3421 New York, thanks for the contact. Direct Merritt, climb to 17,000.
Direct Merritt 17,000, American 3421.
JetBlue 538, descend and maintain 3,000.
Down to 3,000, JetBlue 538.
Super Concorde 2, New York Oceanic stop line, radar services terminated, Unicom 122.8. Cheerio, Johnny.
122.8, Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy. Thanks for coming on again, Max. Have a good day.
You too, see ya.
Right. Unicom 122.8.
40 ground, Brickyard 5769, ready for takeoff.
There we are. Thank you very much to Max for coming on. We're now on the Unicom. Obviously, New York's Oceanic is off. So, yes. Thank you again, guys. Who, if you are in, Max, if you're here, thank you very much for coming on. And the two on the ground, thank you very much for coming on. Makes it much nicer having some ATC to help us out. Hopefully, we'll have some the other end as well. Yeah, like Earthway is. There's a lot of airflow going back there. Oceanic clearance is a little different. The obviously you're in a block rather than at a certain level and stuff. So they can obviously change the block levels if for example, if two Concords are too close to each other, they would put, like, sometimes one Concorde to be in the block 500 to 550 and the other Concorde to be 550 to 600, which on a hot day, that could cause some issues. So they have to kind of move them around and kind of have to hold them at certain levels. But obviously, there's still a little tiny block. So they will separate them that way. Getting the clearance itself is kind of the same. You're still going to give, like, get the clearance. So you say, obviously, it's track Sierra Mike, accepting this waypoint at this time. Going to be in the block 450 to 600. Mach 2, which always makes me laugh when they ask the Mach number. It's Concorde. It's always Mach 2. But, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, it's kind of the normal stuff. So, definitely Bogan. So, this Concorde doesn't climb all the way up straight to flight level 600. It will settle, and obviously with the temperature changes and stuff, and the weight changes, you will go up and down depending on what's happening to hold Mach 2 with obviously full power on. Because you're basically at your max speed with full power on, and obviously if you go through a warm patch of air, the density goes up, so you're going to have to descend to keep Mach 2. So they kind of give them a nice block that they can go up and down in, basically, to actually hold Mach 2, keep the power, and not have to, like, idle and go full power, idle, full power. Because obviously you're just going to keep using more fuel off if you're just doing this, basically, rather than just keep it full and don't touch it. Well, we're at 1.87, so we usually at about 50,000 feet. Flight level 500 is where we hit Mach 2. So, if you're in max climb, do you change at Mach 2? So, yeah, so example, at the moment, we're currently in max climb. So, at the moment, that's basically, because I set it around about VMO, basically, or MMO. It was VMO at the time, but obviously, as we said, it's now MMO. Because I pressed max climb then, it will basically stick to the barber pole, basically, and as we accelerate and stuff, it'll keep the climb with that speed. Because obviously, at the moment, I've now put an auto throttle in, but it's an armed mode. It's not actually doing anything, because as you can see, nothing is actually on. So now that will basically keep it full power all the way up. And then when you hit Mach 2, you go into max cruise mode, which limits the climb to 600 feet a minute maximum. And then basically you can slowly climb, descend, depending on your speed. So obviously you descend if you lose speed. But if you climb at 600 feet a minute and you still can't, you're still going to overspeed Mach 2, it will bring some of the power off. That's why this is armed. So you have an auto throttle armed. So it will basically light up, obviously half, left-hand side, because I've got auto throttle 1. It will light up the left-hand side of Mach hold to bring the power slightly off to get the speed back below Mach 2, or 2.02, towards Mach 2. And then, once it's finished, it'll obviously put it back towards full power and disengage. But this will still be armed, but it will just, the light will turn off, because it will basically keep the speed in Mach 2. Lauren, hello! How's it going? So, plus 2 degrees is a lot, because at the moment, what are we at the moment? Let's have a look down at the temperature. So get rid of the takeoff car, we don't need that anymore. So currently it's minus 10 outside, which is really good. We like minus temperatures. When we're climbing, we want minus temperatures, because it means you can climb better. When that's positive, it's thicker air and the aircraft will struggle to climb. It'll go slower. Yes, not doing too bad, Lauren, thanks. And then, oh, actually gonna hit thingy shortly, so let's go back into this view. There we are. Wait for it to update. 196. Ooh. Ooh. 196. So close. Wait for it to update. 197. And 2. Mach 2. All the passengers are going to be happy. And as Andy said yesterday, they don't show Mach 1.98, 1.99 because it can happen in flight where you do actually slow down a little bit. So BA had it, so you can't see that. So you're always at Mach 2. I don't know what the exact update rate is, but it's probably like every 10 seconds or so.
Cruise rating going in. The Transonic checklist is complete. We've got 58.8. Steady.
I don't know exactly what the delay rate is. What are you sending, Nafnil? Oh, God. That's horrible.
Leg 91 is checked.
Right. Let's line that up there. Michael, good evening. Cool. I was going to see if Mr. Andy would like a talk again, as we had yesterday. If he wants to come on and answer some questions, obviously, as it's now being released, and you all can actually have it. See you later, Chewie. So yeah, obviously Mach 2 now, obviously we discussed earlier on, the Max Cruise is now on. And actually, it's kind of, as it is, minus, so quite cold. As I said earlier, half the Mach hold light comes on because it's limiting our speed. So obviously that was until the speed is back to normal. So obviously then disengage yourself when it puts it back to full power. Minus 10, so that's a different number. So the temperature that the cabin is reading is the static temperature, this middle one here. The ISA, which is kind of the more important figure because this is kind of the international kind of standard for atmosphere stuff. So ISA 0 is kind of normal. Minus temperatures in the climb is really good because it means it's cooler air, you can climb on up. And then obviously positive, it means as the air is hotter, so you're going to struggle to climb and stuff. So that's kind of what we're more focused in, and obviously we're worried about total temperature as well. But minus 64 is just the temperature outside. Cool. So we like the cold air. There you go. So because it's put us back to full power, Mach hold light's gone off. So if you're given a different block altitude, so if you were given like into 500 to 600, you have to be careful with that because obviously you would basically have to level off at like 550 or whatever. So the top of your block, you'd have to literally go into out hold, and then you'd have to monitor to make sure your aircraft can still hold it. Because if it can't, you'd have to descend slightly to get the speed back. You can't climb anymore because you'd be leaving the block. Moz, I don't know what that stuff. I don't know if they've said anything in the forum about what's going on, if there's a discount, whatever, for MSFS. I don't know. So yeah, Bob, that's how it works with that. Yeah. So you have to just try and keep it in the block. There you go. Dunk's got obviously come on saying there will be a discount code. Obviously, I don't know. I'm not. I'm not the face of FSLabs. Should we do some external views? Turn that down a bit. No, I am today. Yeah, true. She is pretty. Oh, she looks pretty. She's so pretty. She's definitely one you can just you can just stare at for the entire flight. The whole 3 hours you can just sit here and just stare because it's so nice. Hang on, who messaged me? Was it Martin? No. Someone asked what time I was looking. Oh yeah, Trevor. Okay. Ah, yes, and Andy is, I knew he was flying because he was going to come either from New York or Washington, so. Boom. Right, I need to calculate something for, oh, this could be a cool one. Or view. Where is she? Where is she? Oh, there she is. Ready for the cone. We're going to get there before it changes view. We're just in front of the shockwave. Just in front of it. Oh, we don't quite get there. We're just outside. Right, let's go back inside a second so I can calculate things. Right, he wants to know what time I'd get to Lalox, so let me have a calculate. Right. So, need a calculator. That would help, so I can add it up. $18, $6, 23, 21, 20, 10. Let's get to there. Plus 14 is that. Divided by 60. So 160 minutes. So that's, yeah, 2 hours 40, basically. We've been airborne. So at about 2 hours, just under 2 hours 10, so 2040 Zulu, I think. So I can let... No. Yeah. 2 hours 40, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, we're moving pretty quickly. This was Valanta. Would help if I'd done that. Let's look on Valanta so you can see how we're doing. Right, let's bring this Valanta up. So you can kind of see what we're doing. So obviously Speedbird 2, where we are right now. So we are here. That's me. There's Andy Wilson behind us. He is Mach 2 on Valanta. Yeah, because that's his aircraft on VATSIM. We're obviously on our way up towards 60 West. Making our way all the way across. And then there's Lalox, which is where we approach UK airspace. And we'll start decelling on our way to Taki. And then our routing will take us straight in, basically straight over just to the south of Bristol. And then expecting to arrive on the Cyric arrival. We could also see what my Kanazi climb was like, which was alright. There you go. I'll take that. Kind of just hugging the coastline to start with. Around we go, over Kanazi, and then re-establishing on the outbound. I'll do. Take that. Oh, accept these people who have added. There we are. $64-bit Congo is very serious. It is. Cool. Andy said he'd like to come on again, so I will turn the sim down. And I will turn the volume up for him. And we'll get Andy Wilson on. So obviously, those of you who were here yesterday, Andy is one of the senior developers at FSLabs. So he obviously Concorde is his baby. So he is an encyclopedia on this stuff. He knows like everything about Concorde, and obviously being on it himself and stuff. He was a good chat yesterday, and obviously today we can ask him more questions. Obviously it's been released now, so hopefully maybe he'll be a bit more open to some questions. We'll see. But yes, let's add him in. Hello.
Hello. Evening. You alright?
Yes, that was very good timing. It's very funny how you timed that release.
I don't know whose idea it was. I thought it was your idea.
I can't remember, but yes, that worked quite nicely.
Good. Okay. Are
you happy
nice.
It's finally out there?
Yeah. Well, it's a funny time, isn't it? We're sort of nervously excited, anxious. It's a lot of work. It's a very anxious time. But I'm excited that everyone can get an opportunity now to take it across the pond and fly it. Yeah, very
absolutely.
exciting.
I did see. Yeah, you're on your way in, on your way behind me.
Yes.
How
I'm
are you?
on Sierra Oscar though, so I think.
Okay.
I think I am, unless I picked the wrong route. Have a look.
Have to keep an eye on you.
Yeah, and I think you've got Martin in front of you, haven't you?
I should do, yes. Let's have a look. Is he still on Valanta? Yes, he is. Yeah, he's a bit ahead of me.
Yeah, I am on Sierra Oscar, so it should...
yes.
Should go to the right of you soon, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Nice.
Yeah, so they had... I don't know if people know much about the Concorde tracks, but they normally had... They had 3 Concorde tracks, Sierra Mike, Sierra November, Sierra Oscar. Actually 4, because they then had Sierra Papa going down to Barbados.
Yes.
And for the New York and Washington operations, they'd sometimes stick an Air France on Sierra Oscar, I think, if there were lots of Concordes going out at the same time.
Yeah.
And there would overlap. They didn't want them to get too close together.
That makes sense.
So been testing all of that, really. Sierra November and Sierra Oscar, which has been quite good fun.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, kind of, again, making sure the timings all work out and stuff.
Exactly, yeah. It's been quite interesting.
Yeah.
How was your departure out of Kennedy? I didn't get to see it.
No, oh yeah, you were a bit busy, but no, it was good. It was very good. Yeah, I was. I haven't done the Canarsie climb too many times, so it was nice to kind of it definitely helps with the VFE and VFO doing stuff in the background.
Yeah, I think they mainly, and it's funny because it's probably been the same through testing as well, but we've mainly used 2-2 right for departure.
It's
like you said,
difficult.
it's probably 1 out of 5 times that you go off 3-1 left.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense because 2-2 right sort of blast off and
slight right, slight left.
Yeah, we got a question to Mike Bannister the other day because we were asking about the 2-2 right departures, and he came back and with an amazing sentence, I think, through a friend of his that came back to us, and he said something like, "You're outside FAA regulated airspace at 3 miles."
Yeah.
So they basically then told air traffic control that they were climbing at maximum speed. It wasn't a request.
No, we're doing it.
It was we're doing 400 knots just to let you know. And I thought that was brilliant. I love that. So yeah, if anyone gets grief on VATSIM and you're 5 miles from Kennedy, just you tell them your speed is 400 knots and they need to get everyone else out of the way.
Oh, the New York guys are gonna hate us now.
Oh, I know they are. Yeah, no, they've been really good through testing. I think all the guys on VATSIM have been amazing through testing. They've been really accommodating. It feels like everyone's really keen to sort of learn what the procedures were, and it's that, I think that's really good because it's been 20 years since it was flying.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
and obviously airspace has changed and the regulations have changed, and I think they'd struggle today to get this aircraft operating in and out of these international airports.
100%. Yeah.
so for VATSIM to be as accommodating as they are, and I know over the next few weeks they're probably going to hate me, but I think they have been amazing, and to sort of follow on from what the Concorde procedures were 20 years ago and to maintain those now is really good of them. So yeah, we're very grateful that that they've been really forthcoming.
Yeah. Trying to see what's in the chat. Carl's what the thing saying, yeah, it's like the 320, like with releasing for FSX when P3D was a thing, and now Concorde's released. Well, MSFS the thing, but it's the way it works sometimes.
Yeah, well, we did drop a photo.
Yes, I heard. I've seen it. Yes. Yeah. People questioning, is it MSFS? Like, yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah. First of many, hopefully. Previews coming now. Yeah.
Exciting.
Very exciting. Yeah.
What else? Lots of people say they were surprised and stuff like that. Obviously, it being released today, because obviously we've been very quiet, kind of working away in the background, and then just drop it.
We have, and that's kind of how we work, really. It's we don't want to hang on to it any longer than we have to. We appreciate that even though we've got a testing team, really getting out into the market is where you find out, you know, how it's working for everyone. And as the product matures now over the next weeks and months, you know, it's exciting because it's gonna mature into an even more stable product with more features that we've got planned. Yeah, it's an exciting time for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone's asking.
Yeah, people asking about the VRAM. It's I mean, 8 gig. I think 8 gig's pushing it, to be honest, because we've got a lot of sceneries that the aircraft doesn't fly into small airports, so that's the biggest problem to start with. You've got Heathrow and New York, which are obviously surrounded by big cities.
Yeah.
So you're contending with big airports, big cities, a very complex aircraft, and yeah, we're not going to beat around the bush. It's a platform that is old. And it doesn't take advantage of the sort of latest GPUs that have been coming out for the last few years. So, yeah, unless you've got a high-end graphics card, a GPU that has 20 gig of RAM or 15 gig of RAM, or even 12 gig of RAM, I think would be fine. You're going to have to make a compromise somewhere and reduce your settings. I think 8 gig might be pushing it slightly.
Yeah.
But our testers have been seeing results around 8.5, 9. So if you've got a 1080 Ti, which is the card I used to have until this time last year, yeah, that was a 12 gig card, and that was running okay. It's just it's just one of these things. I think we all need to accept the fact that if people want to continue flying on P3D, and they expect a sort of top of the range aircraft add-on with all the bells and whistles, a fully simulated virtual cockpit, a cabin, an external model.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to try and cater for that and try and make a compromise somewhere. If you've got a sort of GPU that's sitting on the minimum spec level, such as an 8 gig card.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least you've implemented things to obviously mean that people with this graphics can kind of at least attempt to have a go with it, obviously with removing the cabin, just to kind of
exactly, and that's what I touched on last night. It's we have added an option to remove the cabin for people that are on a sort of a lower end GPU. So we do cater for that, and of course, like I said, as the product matures, if we can analyze some more of the product and work out perhaps where we can make more optimizations, we'll do that. We're not against doing that, but at the same time, like I said, P3Dv5 is now a few years old, and we've put it out on this platform because this is the platform we started working on years ago, and we felt like we owed it to our Concorde customers. They've been asking for this day to come for years, and we didn't want to pull the rug out from them at the last minute and say, well, you know, really sorry, but we've developed something that's so complex, P3D can't handle it, and we're going to put it solely on MSFS. You know, obviously we would have loved to have done that because that's where most of the market has moved to. So we have put it on P3D. We've stayed sort of loyal to our customers that have been after this title for so long. And yeah, I feel like we've mitigated it slightly by providing options, like I said. And if people are still seeing a high VRAM usage, we can raise it on our forum and we'll help you. You know, we'll help you find ways to reduce it.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at the moment with VRAM.
Absolutely. I think someone asked about the VCS, and I think Martin's response to him about your post on the forum about it being permanently enabled.
Yeah, so like I said, we've had the team testing this now for a few months, and initially the thing was designed with the VCS, and we appreciate that there are people in the community that like to delve deeper into the roles of the first officer or the flight engineer, and we did ask our teams to run some test scenarios over the pond with the whole thing disabled or parts of it disabled. And at the moment, the sort of infrastructure that we've got in place, I don't think was it didn't assist as well as I think it needs to for people to be able to fly it basically on their own. It was a 3-person aircraft, which you're flying it on a desktop, which makes it harder, and you're trying to fly it on your own, which makes it even harder. So yeah, so we had the feedback from the beta team, and I think we need to sit down with the beta team and try and work out some solutions going forward, because the feedback that we received is just that it was too difficult to fly, which makes complete sense. If we've spent 3 or 4 years working on simulating all of the systems, all of the correct flows, all of the correct procedures, that was flown by a 3-person crew, and then you ask someone to fly it on their own, it's no surprise that it's overwhelming, especially for an aircraft like this that is 20 years old. You know, and all of the procedures and techniques to fly are very different to what you would apply to an A320 or a 737 at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. So we are looking at it, but for the initial release, it was decided that the virtual crew system is to remain enabled, just to assist our customers, and I don't think that's a bad thing. It's how the real aircraft was flown.
Yeah.
We're not taking anything away.
Everything.
Yeah, we're not removing anything. If anything, we're just insisting that our customers fly it as it was flown in the real world. If they want to take on some extra roles as part of the engineer, we can look at that. But that's not how it was flown, and that wouldn't be a realistic scenario to apply to a simulation. But we'll entertain it, and we'll have a look and see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. What else have we got in the chat?
Yeah, someone's asking about VCS on the 320s. Yeah, we have now developed the VCS system, so I'm interested. We have engaged with our 320 pilots about that, and started some initial talks. Their initial feedback was that it's going to be more difficult to do for a 320 because obviously you've got all the variants and the different airlines and different procedures that they all adopt. So it's going to be
more difficult.
Yes, yeah, basically in a nutshell, it's going to be a lot more difficult. With the Concorde, we only had 2 airline operators to mirror.
Yeah, and they operated fairly similar.
Exactly, but with the Airbus, that's going to be a different challenge. So yeah, we are talking and discussing with our A320 pilots that we've got on the team, and obviously seeing what we can do go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. The FSLabs they don't like it's going to be difficult. Well, I was gonna say you guys do push the boat with these sort of things.
Yeah, and it's. I think at the same time though, we need to embrace the fact that the community is a different place to what it was 5 years ago.
Oh,
With
yeah.
the Microsoft platform, it's now encompassing a lot more people inside it, and we need to cater for those. And we can't put out, really technical products that demand a lot of research and sort of what's the word I'm looking for? We can't expect our customers to sit down and go through a 6-month ground school before they start flying our products.
Yeah,
We
that
need to make them
is problem.
accessible at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's a balance. It's just about finding a balance, and that's what I think we found with the Concorde, with the VCS, because it's not subtracting from how the real aircraft was flown, and it allows customers to basically simulate it to a depth that they want to. So I saw a comment on our forum today that said they can just sit back and let the VCS fly and it looks boring. Well, that's true about any flight that you might do on a simulator. I think it depends on how much you want to put into it. So actually you could sit there and go through the procedures manual, and you could do every step that is in the procedures manual for the captain. And I don't think you would complete your tasks much before the other virtual crew have done theirs, and that's kind of what we wanted to encourage our customers to do. It's basically an accessible simulation that you can take as far as you want, depending on how much immersion you want to put in yourselves.
Absolutely,
And it's the same with our aircraft, our Airbus series as well. That's kind of what we ask, what we plan to do with our simulations. So
yeah, absolutely. Right, what else we got? People asking about V6. Anything on V6 for P3D?
No, it's. I mean, obviously we're analysing V6 all the time, but I don't think we've made it. I think we've made it clear in our latest announcement that focus is on MSFS at this time, and we'll go back to P3Dv5 at a later stage.
Yeah. What else we got?
I mean, I need to add that focus has been on MSFS for some time, so we can't really just drop those projects and explore making our titles compatible with V6. There's no sort of business sense in doing that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we've made the decision to continue the projects that we're running on MSFS for the time being, and then if time allows, we'll go back and have a look at V6 and see what we can do.
Nice. And are you happy with how it's looking in MSFS right now? Obviously, you posted the screenshot. You obviously like what you see.
Yeah, I mean it's
another world.
I'm a big fan of MSFS. It has to say, I got off to a slow start, obviously because we were working on this title on P3D, so I didn't really jump onto the MSFS bandwagon straight away. But it's we've been working with it for some time now, and I appreciate some people don't like change and they don't want to move away from P3D for one reason or another. And obviously we're trying to cater to that market with the release today. It's our first title on P3 Concorde title on P3D V5. There it is. But it's it's ticking a lot of boxes, I have to say, MSFS. And I've been simming for 30 years. So it's like I was saying last night on your stream. I think it's a really exciting time. The fact that people have got a choice as well. You've got X-Plane, V6, V5, MSFS. But for me, I am really enjoying MSFS at the moment. I think Azobo and Microsoft have done a fantastic job, and the fact that it's just opened up Flight Simulator to a massive community as well is not a bad thing. It's the market is just expanding all the time, and it's just a very exciting time. I think for all the people that have been involved in Flight Simulator over the years, it's never progressed forward as fast as it is at the moment, and I think that's really exciting. So,
yeah, absolutely. Because you think P3D, like the only big change that they've really had since obviously the FSX days was it one going 64-bit, and then obviously a bit more the lighting engine changes, but underneath it's fundamentally the same.
Yes, exactly. So it was a breath of fresh air, and I appreciate that they had some things to iron out. But I think Azobo have done a really good job with that over the last few years. And also they've just been really accommodating towards us. So we might reach out to them with a potential problem, and the feedback and the sort of response that we've had from them has just been really refreshing. They're really happy to help. And listen to any issues that we've had and resolve them for us.
Yeah.
And it's just a really nice working environment with them, and I can see a really good future going forward with them as well. So nice. It's a very exciting time, and obviously the Concorde's looking great in it at the moment, and I think it's no secret we've got some other titles working in there as well. So we're very excited to start sharing some previews of those as well.
Yeah. For those of you, I've had a message from Duncan, obviously you've seen in here. For those of you having issues trying to install it through the control center, FSLabs Control Center, make sure you've turned off download caching in your options. It seems to be people who've got 0% may have an issue with that. So one thing to double check is just turn off your download caching in the control center option page, and then probably give it a restart and try again to see if it works. That's what we're getting from Duncan, just to ask. For those of you who are struggling at the moment. And switch to experimental as well, as he says in the chat there. Velox, so Andy said on the forum that there will be a discount from P3D to MSFS. Obviously, I don't know how much, but there will be a discount. Martin says, has any Concords shown up on Heathrow yet? Let's have a look. We have to have a look. See if anyone's spawned in yet.
Someone's asking about GSX integration for 2020. Yeah, that's all working. Umberto's been really helpful, to be honest, with MSFS, helping us integrate.
Yeah, he's probably on it at the moment, isn't he, for MSFS? So.
Yes. So yeah, no issues there. It's I just love sitting at the gate and seeing the what's the departure board that sits in front of the aircraft? You'll know, Johnny. What's it called?
Or the VDGS sort of stuff.
Yeah, I love the way it integrates with SimBrief. I don't know if that's an MSFS thing or if you can get it in P3D, but
no, I don't think so. I think it is just built into the VDGS he's made. I know because I remember on the fuel stuff, on the fuel truck, he used to have it. I think he still does as well.
That's right.
You get a certain fuel truck, it tells you, it syncs it all with SimBrief, which is quite cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, I do enjoy little things like that.
Yeah. Has anyone in the testing team been using the Honeycomb Bravo? I'm trying to think who has a yoke. I don't know if anyone has a yoke. I know I don't. Riyadh doesn't. Don't know what Martin uses. I don't know. Martin, what do you use to control your Concorde? Oh, you use a 1600. Okay. I don't know.
I think I just use the keys, to be honest, which is really bad. But it's just, I mean, it is, isn't it? It's just if you're doing a Barbados Heathrow, well, it's just F4. 3 hours later.
Yeah, absolutely. You're there.
That's a great thing about Concorde. They literally, on takeoff from Barbados, they slam the throttles to the forward stops, and they wouldn't touch them for about 2.5 hours until top of descent, which is amazing. And then, obviously descended to Heathrow, but the engineer obviously does all of that as he does on our sim as well. So, so really the only time, you have to touch the throttles is takeoff, and then landing where you close the throttles.
Yeah. That's quite heavy today. We're only at 523. We're not really climbing much today.
No, I saw that. I thought the ice was quite cold, but it's really warmed up. It's minus
warmed up
2,
a bit
isn't
now.
it?
Yeah, it was minus 10 at one point. Yeah, minus 1 now, so it's a whole 9 degrees. It does take its toll.
Yeah, I don't have the don't think I have the altitude, the fuel flight plan that you guys do on British Airways. So,
Oh yes,
I'm
because Air
flying
France. You have your different things, don't you? Yeah, it does. Yeah, 522, 531. It doesn't think we're gonna get very high. Obviously, later on we do.
It's got minus 15 at 50 west. Not sure that's right.
That's pretty cold.
It is cold, isn't it, for the North Atlantic in the summer? But then it's +2, +2, -2.
Okay, mine's pretty close. Yeah. -4, -3. Then it gets to +5 later on, +2, and then 0 at 15 west. So
right,
not too far off, I don't think. But yeah, reckons we're going to get to 586 by the end. So it's definitely going to improve later on. But
yeah, that's a pretty decent altitude to end up at. Yeah,
it starts off quite low. Because what we are at the moment, we're just approaching. Well, we're just under 54 west. So yeah. Such must have been cool to sit by the Queen Mother Reservoir ready for this evening. Yes, I will be very intrigued to see if anyone struggles taking off in this thing. Because if you let the speed drop off too much, especially on departure, you're not going to recover it.
It's that's probably the biggest thing that's going to catch people out, and I think it's because a lot of the other Concorde titles that were available, I think it's not unfair to say they're quite overpowered.
They're quite overpowered. They get to 60,000 feet very easily.
Yeah, we've seen a few that cross Woodley at 12,000 feet. The problem is the real one. They actually had to, because of the noise abatement, so they did reheats off, then they cut the engines back because they were very conscious of noise climbing out of Heathrow. But that really limited their climb performance. They were doing something like 500 feet a minute from 1,500 feet. And obviously, because they were doing 250 knots, they really struggled on a hot summer's day. They really struggled to cross Woodley at 4,000 feet,
which is crazy. You think how much power Concorde has, and it couldn't use it.
Exactly. And they were crossing continent about flight level 90, I think. So it's if you just watch, if it really is a procedural airplane, if you just watch your attitude, your speed will follow, and don't worry too much about being so low and fast. That doesn't matter. The controllers will get used to it. So yeah, don't expect to cross Woodley much above 4,000 feet. And then on a hot day, and as the obviously as the engineer starts incrementing the power as you climb higher, the speed comes back in. But the initial departure out of Heathrow, you probably won't have much climb on. And I think that's, like you said, that's what's going to catch a lot of people out, especially on a 9 right. And a 9 right is quite difficult because
you have to be so careful.
You do. You start the turn with the reheats on, and then about 5 seconds into the turn, the reheats come off. You have to limit the bank angle to 15 degrees initially, until you go through 155, and then you can. I think the engineer sticks another couple of % of power on.
That's it. Yeah.
And you can roll in a bit more bank to get round the turn to 20 degrees, round on to 280. 220 initially, wasn't it? But I think ATC always gave them 280.
Yeah, normally just keep you inside the arrivals.
It's just going to take a bit of practice. They were just very conscious. They were just very conscious of watching the speed on these departures. And it's if people are used to flying different titles, that's something to pay attention to, I think.
Yeah. And as Martin says, practice offline. Don't just jump into VATSIM.
No.
Because one, the controllers are just going to be annoyed at you if you're just taking a long time to do things. And then obviously if you take off and then the aircraft is doing something that you're obviously not expecting because you're not used to it, the controller's not going to be happy about it. And obviously you're just going to be annoyed at yourself that you're messing up. So just do it offline.
Yeah, someone's asking about the relationship with Lockheed. Of course, it's nothing against Lockheed. They're just a very different outfit. They're military based.
Yeah.
They're based in America. They've got arrangements in America that make it very difficult for European companies to communicate and work with them. So it's not necessarily Lockheed's fault. They're just bound by red tape, basically, which makes it very difficult for outfits that are based in Europe to coordinate with Lockheed in the same way that we do with Microsoft. And at the same time, because a lot of people at Flight Sim Labs have had a relationship with Microsoft that spanned 30 or more years.
Yeah.
There's people in the industry that we've known all that time, and we can just pick up the phone and talk to them, and it's just a very different environment. And obviously it just means that we can make a lot more progress with our titles, given the support that they show to third-party developers.
Yeah, absolutely. Another message from the servers at FSLabs. They've identified the issue with the control center, so they are fixing it server side. If you're on experimental mode on TC, that works fine. It's just the public branch, which should be sorted hopefully by now, because this was sent. Yeah, as Duncan has now said, it should be sorted now. This was 5 minutes ago. So yes, he said stuff is being fixed. Stormy Flyer, I've done exactly the same thing. I have every single livery downloaded. They're all really nice liveries, and it just gives you such a range to actually fly. Has the original Air France one gone in yet, Andy?
Not yet. No, we're still working on that.
Yeah, so
yeah, it's been a busy day. That one only landed in my inbox this morning. So yeah, we'll put that onto the fleet, and that should go out sometime tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, as Norman says, more liveries are coming too. They're obviously weird and wonderful versions that have happened during Concorde's time, including some mismatched BA ones, mismatched kind of maybe some Air France ones.
The hybrids are really interesting, I think, especially the stories behind them. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, we're not making EasyJet ones. The BA Singapore one's definitely in there.
Yeah, once we've got a paint kit released and we're finalising that, customers will be able to repaint liveries themselves, but they will have to bear in mind the fact that the wings and the fuselage will the paint that they put on that will influence the temperature of the aircraft. So if they paint basically anything other than white or grey, it's going to start negatively influencing the cabin temperature, the aircraft temperature, and the effect that has on the aircraft bleed system.
Yes.
So yeah, for people that weren't watching last night, it will put more strain on the air conditioning system, because the fuel acts as a coolant for the air conditioning system. The extra heat will radiate into the fuel, and you'll get all sorts of problems happening, which is why the Pepsi livery that was used, I can't remember when that was it late 80s or early 90s?
I think it was in the 90s, like maybe 90s?
Something like that. It was limited to Mach 1.8. I think it was limited to, what was it? Was it limited to 1.8, or could they fly at 2 for 20 minutes?
They could fly at 2, but only for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
but they would go 1.7, 1.8 to kind of keep it at a sensible temperature.
Yeah. So we've done that. I mean, we've included the Pepsi livery, and people can fly up to Mach 2 and watch it destroy itself, which is quite good fun.
Yeah.
But so repainters will have to keep that into consideration when they're painting the aircraft, which will be really interesting. That in itself is going to be a really interesting thing to watch.
Yeah.
Happen.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It just gives repainters a bit more, something to think about.
Yes.
When they're painting an aircraft. So yeah, there could be an EasyJet Concorde. It will just have to have an orange tail.
Yeah. Detaching with myself, but no. So it's basically, as Andy was saying, like systems will start to overheat and stuff, and obviously it's cascading from there.
Yes.
Trevor, we'll talk to you on the radio shortly. Quite a bit. Yeah, don't want it actually ripping itself apart.
I think that was how most of the failures developed on Concorde. It was one system failed, but then obviously
yes,
had a cascading effect, and the crews had to react really quickly and decide whether they could continue or whether they needed to go subsonic and find somewhere else to divert into.
Yes. Someone else, we could get the BOAD version of the Singapore one. I think you said you were going to put that one back in.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's got the Braniff version at the moment, but
yeah, I'll make a note of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Askelax, yes. So the Pepsi livery is included. You can download that through the control center. Still between. We're still at 526. What are you at behind me? Because you're not too far behind.
532 at the moment.
Obviously, you accelerated a bit earlier than I did, so.
Yes, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Have a look at the optimum. Yeah, 536. The optimum, so it'll probably climb up a bit.
Oh yeah, what's my optimum at the moment? Let's have a look. What we're looking for? Yeah, calculations. Optimum cruise. Yeah, 526, and we're at 526. So. What's next for FSLabs? Eric asks.
Yeah, we'll have. I think we've been saying this on the forums the last few months that we wanted to get this out so that we can then bring our customers and followers up to speed on what we've been working on. So the MSFS Concorde was a small glimpse, literally the tip of the iceberg as to what the company have been doing for the last few years. So yeah, very excited to start showing more details on that going forward.
Yeah, nice. Space shuttle.
Yeah.
Imagine. Right. I'm trying to think, whereabouts are we at the moment? We are just inside of 50 west. So yeah, on our way to 40 west now. Looking good. 14.3 it reckons we're going to be arriving at Heathrow with. We were expecting to get there with 11.5, so we've got a decent amount extra at the moment. But obviously hotter air later on may lower that slightly, but we'll see. Do like though how we're doing pretty well with the what it predicted with the altitudes. Always amazes me how close you got it.
Yeah, I don't know how it does it.
It just
like
works.
Black magic. It does seem to work, doesn't it? On every route as well. Yeah, there's nothing in the system that influences how it's going to climb. It's
all temperature based.
Yeah, it's very
physics based.
Yeah, it's amazing that it gets so close.
You never had to pay for EFB, yeah. But that's all you need. It's just all the charts and stuff are all there. And obviously, if I go back down there, you can see, obviously the ETOPS charts. Luckily we're nowhere near a NatTrack today. They're all north of us, and we can scroll down with the no tabs, and obviously see where we're expecting to go. So obviously 60 west is there. 50 west, and I think, as I said, we're inside of 50 west now. So obviously, I know whereabouts we are thanks to that. So I know we're probably just about here right now. I don't need like a moving map to tell me where we are. I obviously can look at our lat long and kind of work out where we are. We can also see below the Sierra Oscar track south of us, which is obviously the one Andy's following. And then obviously Sierra Mike is the northerly route, which is obviously what we flew along yesterday. Are there manuals included with the release to understand more about some of the systems? So you've got, I'm trying to think what's in there. So there's the tutorial flight, there's the systems manual. Is there just the general manual? What else is in there? Can you remember what's in there, Andy?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think we've got the intro, the tutorial, the systems. Yeah, I think that's it.
So there is enough to get your teeth into, basically. And the tutorial has been written really nicely for beginners and kind of more weathered people, kind of seasoned veterans, shall I say. It definitely helps them out and teach them how to use the new systems and stuff. Martin asked about procedures and techniques as well. Can I see what's in my folder? FSLabs. So it's checklists, introduction manual, a flight plan, procedures. There's a procedures manual, systems manual, and a tutorial flight. That's what I've got in mind. And a chase plane preset, which is always nice.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Bronxy, yes, they've said in the forum there will be a discount if you buy the P3D version and then buy MS Fest. There should be a discount for that later on when it does come out for it. Oh, we're climbing a little bit now, almost at 530. Did it ever get to 600 and need more? What, higher than flight level 600?
I think, yeah, I've read some trip reports where people said it did.
Nice. Just on a really cold day and really light, I guess.
On the Heathrow Bahrains in the early days, I think the crew were a bit more relaxed, maybe.
Of course.
I mean, obviously, as you know, time progressed through aviation, the rules got more stringent. But I think in the early days, I think the crews were
seeing what they could do.
Yeah, I think so.
Almost being test pilots.
Yeah, and I think there were some trip reports from the sort of London, Bahrain, Singapore routes where they did climb up to 62.
Wow.
I don't know how high. Yeah, I don't know what the record was for the prototypes.
Yeah. Is the VSI digital? Yes, one of them is. So the one that's got the TCAS in is the digital screen, which was added later on. Was it the 90s that was added?
I think it was, yeah. I think it became a requirement for them to have the VSI there because it used to be the clock there.
Yes, of course. Everything was moved around a little bit.
Yeah.
The old clock. Because, yeah, France obviously kept the old clock, didn't they, for their ones?
They did, yeah. Yeah.
See the curvature of the Earth. Well, obviously, what we had, 53. We probably would be able to, yeah, a little bit. NMS Fest, P3D, not really as much, sadly. But that's just the way that it's been, the world has been modelled. Everyone knows the Earth is flat. These modelled as post or pre-2000 modifications. These are post, aren't they?
Post. Yeah,
yeah,
there were quite a few modifications. I mean, a lot of the variants were different, and we have simulated differences in the different airframes. Small things. So one of them is that Alpha Fox used to trip an ADC master warding when it went through Mach 1.
Yeah.
They don't know why, but it used to do it.
It's just to do it.
It used to drive the crews mad, apparently, but so ours does that. Little things like just some of the instrumentation on the temperature control panel was different between the different variants. So for some reason there were two different types of temperature dial.
Yeah.
And so we've simulated that depending on which airframe you're flying. Yeah, little things like the registration placards were a different color depending on which airframe you were flying. All the airframes have got different weights and empty weight CG set up. So your flight plans, even though you won't notice, but your flight plans will be slightly different depending on the variant that you're flying.
Yeah.
What else have we got? I think there's some other things like the HSI. On Alpha Golf, it didn't show the miles.
Oh, in the HSI.
From the INS, yeah, if you were in
radio.
RAD.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just small things that the crews were briefed on. That we thought would be quite fun to include. And like I said, we've simulated the cell call, so if you are flying online with VATSIM or IVAO and you get a cell call, it will come through as the correct tone to the aircraft.
Is this coming to MSFest? Yep, it sure is. Let's scroll back up. How fast can it get from Edinburgh to Heathrow? Well, it depends which route you go.
They did, believe it or not, they used to run a BA shuttle with a Concorde. I don't know. I think it was a publicity stunt. And
was that Glasgow, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Glasgow, I think the Super Shuttle.
They flew 3 up, didn't they, in a day or something?
That's it.
For the charters, normally, they'd go out on the North Sea, so they go out over, is it Clacton? And then up the North Sea, they do a supersonic loop.
Then come in by Aberdeen or whatever.
That's it, yeah, drop down from the top. And I think that was about an hour and a half.
Yeah, so actually longer than a normal Edinburgh flight.
Yeah. I guess the subsonic directs would have done it at 0.95, so they probably would have got up there quicker.
Yeah.
Than the 7.6s that were probably on it at the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone's asking if we talked to Concorde pilots. Yeah, we couldn't have done this without help from both Air France and British Airways flight crew. They've really been invaluable during the development process. It's been and it's really a testament to the sort of opportunity that we've had to do this now, because it's, like I said, it's been 20 years since it was flying, and some of the flight crew that are working with us retired 10 years before it stopped flying. So they've been out of the loop for 30 years, and some of them just couldn't remember a lot of the sort of technical questions that we were putting to them. I really feel like this might be the last opportunity that we have to use resources such as retired flight crew, just because it's been so long now since the aircraft was flying, and it's obviously very difficult to remember a lot of the intricate details that we like to simulate in titles such as this. So it really felt like, like I said, the last opportunity we had to acquire all of the resources that we've had available to us, and pour them into this title, which is what we've done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it does feel like we are sort of adding something to I'm just replying to this comment where someone's saying so in a way it's a good idea to sort of take care of Concorde in history.
Absolutely,
I think it is. I think this is really going to educate people on how the aircraft was flown and give them a lot of technical details that perhaps aren't in a lot of books that sort of gloss over a lot of the technical details, because obviously it doesn't appeal to most people.
Yeah.
But it's something that I find fascinating, and I know a lot of people do. So that's the main reason behind putting so much technical information into a simulation like this.
Yeah.
I don't know if many are in the flight sim world. I know a couple of Air France of them are, but I don't know of many that from British Airways that use Flight Simulator or P3D. They have seen it. Obviously, we send them videos, and it's really interesting to get their feedback. We can talk on the phone or talk on WhatsApp or something like that, and exchange ideas and exchange messages, and then you show them a video, and all of a sudden it comes back to them, and they're like, "Oh no, actually, it should be doing this," and that's really interesting, especially when we were putting together the flight performance system, and we were getting a lot of help from pilots with that. And I remember making a few changes and then building a London Barbados. I think it was a couple of years ago now. So the height of the summer. Yeah. And I just couldn't work out why it wasn't working. It kept coming up and saying, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. So I got on the phone to a Concorde captain and said, it's just coming back saying no, can't fly to Barbados. He said, yeah, it sounds like it's working fine, because given the temperature today, which is 34 degrees, he said there's no way we would have got to Barbados.
Yeah.
Just things like that, being able to call up these Concorde flight crew and actually them, reminiscing and telling us all these stories about how they used to fly it, and us being able to relate to that through the software that we've designed has been really interesting. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What's a good question? Did this Katakos asked, did I spot a delay on the reheat for engine 4 on the takeoff roll? Do you want to explain the 88%?
Yeah, so engine 4 was limited initially on the takeoff because it caused it was the way that I mean, you'll probably explain this better than I can, but isn't it something to do with the way? Isn't it something to do with the fact that all of the engines rotate in the same direction? So the
yawing moment.
Number 4, yeah. So the number 4 engine was ingesting vortices.
Yeah.
Is it something to do with this?
I think so. Yeah, just the way the airflow into the engine, it would just it would probably compressor stall it basically.
It was either causing excessive vibration or they were worried about the sort of like you said, the compressor stall or something like that. So it was limited to 88%, which means on takeoff you'd expect the number 4 reheat to kick in after 1 to 3. Yeah, and because of that, they always had to kick in a bit of right rudder as well initially on the takeoff roll.
Where's the switch? There it is. So there's the magical switch. Engine 4 takeoff N1 limiter, 88%. So that's what the EO would switch it to for departure.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I don't know why they've got a switch. I've never
you
asked
think it just do it all the time, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they ever took off with it at norm. Don't know. It'll be in the manual. It's a question for Fraser, I expect. Yeah, Fraser will know. I don't know why it's a switch. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's some things you do question sometimes. Cockpit doors open. Yes, it is.
Someone's open asking about the cockpit door. Now, this is really interesting. So the cockpit door. Do you know what? I read this the other day in Mike Bannister's book, and I was amazed by it. Do you know why the cockpit door stayed open? Have you read his book?
No, I haven't actually. It's one that I need to read.
So I found this really interesting, and I hadn't thought about it before. But it's because they had so much equipment on the flight deck, the amount of cooling that they had on the flight deck exceeded the cooling equipment that they had in the galley and in the cabin.
Oh.
So the flight deck was always a lot cooler than the back. So if they shut the door, the forward galley got really hot, and
Oh,
the flight
God.
crew obviously didn't want to work in that environment, so
No,
they
of
kept the
course
door
not.
open, and the cold air would go back into the forward galley.
Yeah, that's
So
quite interesting.
I thought that was really cool. Yeah.
I bet the cabin crew and the purser hated that after 2001, where they had to close the door, so just get roasting in the front.
Yeah. Adrian said you really notice it on a Barbados if you're flying a long flight at the end of the cruise.
It's hot at the front.
You really get hot because obviously the outside air temperature, the skin on the nose of the aircraft got to 127, and there were parts in the cockpit where you could put your hand through the protective overhead cover that you'll see on the cockpit, and you could touch the metal behind it, and that was hot to touch, or really hot. So he said, at the end of a long sector super cruise, you would start to feel it, no matter where you were on the aircraft, at the front or the back.
Wow. What have you mapped the reverses to? So what we got is F1 is obviously,
So we've got the reversing procedure on this aircraft was quite convoluted, and
of course.
It was an easy thing to do in real life because obviously you're landing with your left hand. If you're flying left hand seat, you've got your left hand on the yoke and your right hand on the throttles.
Yeah.
And as they landed, as they had the main wheel touchdown, they would then put all 4 engines into idle reverse to get the reverse buckets moving, which is where you see the blue lights at the top of the engine stack flashing.
Yeah.
You then had to lower the nose and land the nose wheel because the reverser buckets wouldn't move any further until the nose wheel was down. I think that's correct. Fraser will probably tell me I'm wrong now, but I think that's correct. You then had to engage reverse on all 4 engines. Then at 100 knots, you would put inboards. Is it the outers?
I think
I think you're right.
I remember.
I think you're right. I think it's the outers into idle reverse, and then at 75 knots, the inboards would follow, and then at 50 knots, you'd cancel reverse.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this was really complicated to do when a lot of hardware setups don't have reverser handles. Yeah, so we had to devise a way to do that, and that is with really it's just with the F1 keys and the F4 keys. So if you tap F1, you'll put yourself into the idle reverse block where the buckets will start moving, and then once you've landed and you've got the nose wheel, and you do have to fly the nose wheel down. Once you've got main wheel touchdown, you did have to fly the nose wheel down. You almost had to do a second landing. And then once you've got the nose wheel down, you can tap F1 again to get full reverse on everything. And then at 100 knots, you can tap F4, and that'll bring the outers into idle reverse. Tap F4 again at 75 to get the inners into idle reverse, and then tap F4 again at 50 knots, and it brings everything back into forward idle. It takes a couple of landings to get used to. But we felt that was the easiest way for people to fly the landing and select the reverse power following the procedures that the British Airways and Air France did. So it does work. It just, again, it's something else that you have to get your head around during a very sort of busy phase of the flight.
Yeah. What was the criteria to be met to become a Concorde pilot? Was it hours flown with the airline or over a certain age? There were a few young ones, weren't they, kind of going on to Concorde, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
I think Les was quite young when he went on it.
Do I recall that this was covered quite well in Mike's book? I think if anyone's read Mike Bannister's book, he does talk about this, I think, in the early chapters. I would recommend the book. It's a fantastic read. And he talks about the selection process, and I think they went for younger crew initially because they felt like it was an investment if they were going to train up younger crew.
Keep them on
it. They'd keep them on it. I do remember Adrian saying that it was a very rigorous course.
I can imagine,
there were a lot of people that didn't make it. It was like, you know, as you know, going through your ATPL, going through a type rating, it's information overload. You're completely saturated
Yeah.
with just data. It's not necessarily difficult. It's just the amount of it. And that's what Adrian said. It's like Concorde is like one of those courses, but on steroids. And it's just the amount of information you're getting, especially for if you have to consider that you need to understand the systems that the engineer needs to manage as well. So yeah, it was a very intense course, I think. So a lot of people didn't make it through, and you did have to be top of the class, I think, in order to pass through those exams and through those courses to sort of get onto line training.
Yeah. How far north or south can you fly?
Is it limited to 70?
70 degree, yeah, 70 or 72 degrees. Yeah, it's obviously the INS doesn't like it up there because of obviously everything gets a bit more confused with the magnetic stuff up that way. But then also because they did obviously fly over the North Pole. I don't know if they flew the south as well, but obviously during testing. But it was too hot over the North Pole at altitude. Because obviously the further north you go, obviously the tropopause is a lot lower at the poles, so obviously it's a lot hotter in the air over the poles, which sounds wrong, but but then yeah, in the equator the tropopause is a lot higher, so the temperature can drop a lot further before you get to the tropopause. So Concorde loved it at the equator because it's lovely cold air that it's flying in. But yeah, the poles, no.
Yeah.
Even if the INS could get you there, the aircraft would be like, nah. Yes, good old ATPL met, Tom. It's still in there. It's also why you see massive thunderstorms down over the equator, because they can grow a lot higher before they hit the tropopause.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Here's a good story that I think I was telling you guys the other day when I was chatting to Adrian, and when I'm talking about Adrian, I'm talking about Adrian Thompson, who was the last captain to fly the BA1 from London to Heathrow in 2003. He's been a massive help over the years, not just in this title, but in Concorde X, SST Sim, and the Altitude Concorde. And we were asking him about, because I think VATSIM have recently put out a document that explains the procedures when flying in and out of the UK. And one of the points in the procedure document was about stopping the aircraft during an acceleration to level off in case of a traffic. And we put this to Adrian and we just sort of said, you know, did this ever happen? He said, well, no, obviously we checked with ATC first. And ATC in those days were very aware of the aircraft requirements. So once you're going, once you've lit the reheats, you couldn't ask the aircraft to stop. If you did, likely they would say, okay, well, we are going to have to cancel the burn and turn around and go back to Heathrow. Because firstly, the amount of thrust required to get through the high drag regime between Mach 1 and Mach 1.3 meant that if you disengaged the reheats, you were likely going to have to descend. You couldn't maintain altitude.
Yeah, you'd have to slow down again.
So you'd have to slow down again, which means going back down to flight level 280, wherever your optimum subsonic cruise altitude was, and then starting again. But you likely wouldn't have the fuel on board to start that again, so you would end up going back.
Yeah.
And also at altitude, they were never sure if there was enough oxygen in the atmosphere to relight the reheats, because obviously you need a spark.
Of course,
they had to. It's the same as an APU on the Airbus. They've got a limit, haven't they? Yeah. So it was the same on Concorde. They never really thought that if you got up to 40,000 feet and you had to turn them off and then back on, that they wouldn't light.
Yeah.
And he said it was never a problem out of UK airspace, obviously, because they were very astute to Concorde procedures. They knew what they had to do to accommodate the aircraft. But he said, obviously, when you're flying abroad, people didn't know. And one of the most common places they flew where they had problems getting clearance to go supersonic was at Barbados. And it wasn't because Barbados didn't know the procedures. It was just because there was so many business jet traffic flying around at between 40 and 50,000 feet that they really struggled to get the clearance going out of Barbados. but they would often hold them at
One of
sort
the
of
most
25,000
limiting
feet.
flights.
I know, and you wouldn't think, would you, that the Barbados would be a problem? But yeah, Adrian was saying that they sometimes were held down at 25 for a few
last thing
minutes
you
to
want,
get traffic out of the way.
Yeah.
Because I think also if you think at the time. All of this traffic must have been on Oceanic, so it's not like ATC could call them up and ask them to
move out the
take
way.
a different heading. Yeah, that's not how it worked on Oceanic. So they were just had to wait for the traffic to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone again is asking about the VRAM. No, I don't think so. We've had our testers are reporting that it's they're getting between sort of 8, 9, and 10 VRAM. So it all depends about how you manage your simulator and how you manage your settings in P3D.
Yeah.
So if you've got everything to the right and your sim is running on the limit already, then putting a very complex aircraft in it like this is gonna push it. But yeah, you can easily manage it, and don't be afraid to ask on our forum for advice and suggestions as well, because we can help.
Yeah. Martin, I see I think you're heading off. Thank you for departing with me. I'll obviously have a good night. I was actually gonna have a look, see if any Concords have spawned in now.
Oh yeah, good idea.
There is a Concorde. I see a Concorde.
Oh, I was looking at Gatwick.
41 at Heathrow.
Oh yes.
There's one there. There's an F-35. Who else have we got? There's just the one currently at Heathrow.
There's one going up to Edinburgh. So this is what we said. We said the North Sea Loop, which is basically what an Edinburgh is. It's probably the hardest route you can do in this aircraft. So good luck to whoever's trying to do that.
It's any other Concords? I don't see too many on the network yet. Or even on Volanta. So that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
ATC aren't getting kind of thrown away yet of everything.
Yeah.
Got anyone else? No, don't think so. I could actually have a look on VATSPY as well, see how many Concords are on the network. Right, flights, equipment. Supposedly, I'm the only one on the network right now, so that's quite funny.
Oh, right, yeah. I did sign out just in case we get ATC. I was chatting to you.
Yeah, there's no other Concords on the network at the moment. So, see how long that the AT can have peace for that.
Yeah.
Still Horses asks, what's your experience of Concorde? Because obviously you know a lot about it.
Yeah, so just very fortunate to grow up with friends of the family that used to fly it. So Concorde crew. I flew it from New York to London in 2003. Again, very fortunate to be able to do that. And that was a really good experience. And we had Adrian flying it back for us. So managed to get on the aircraft a couple of hours before departure, which was really good. And also a lot of contacts in the sort of Concorde community that people like Gordon Roxburgh, I don't know if many people know him, but he's been very involved in Concorde for the last 20 or 30 years. He's very involved with the Brooklands Museum, the simulator that they've got there, Delta Golf. And obviously he provided a lot of opportunities to myself and many others in the last years of service, so we could get on board, go around the British Airways hangars, watch the last landings, things like that. So cool. Yeah, very fortunate to know a lot of people in the industry that have really been invaluable over the years to help.
Air France 52 is close to me on Volanta. Oh, that would be because that is Andy.
Yes.
Andy himself is obviously flying kind of along with me.
I wasn't actually tagging along. I am testing and working on some things.
Which is very coincidental.
Yeah. Well, I've actually got a descent going on at the moment, which is...
Oh, nice.
I've not seen that for a while.
I'm still slowly climbing at the moment. What's the temperature outside? The throttle's in the way. +3, so it's starting to go up. We are 123 on the total temperature, so we're obviously below TMO, but only just. But yeah, we are currently climbing at about 50 feet a minute right now, so not very quickly. Whereabouts are we? We're just inside 35, or just coming up to 34 west, so we are, yeah, around about here right now. So won't be too much longer until we can start to pick up Shannon's volmet, so we can try and get an idea. What time is London? 5 past, so 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, please remind me, because I'll forget, we can try and listen for the volmet for Heathrow. Because Andy is a wizard, and that is modelled correctly on this. So Liam, no, it's built into Concorde, the volmets. It's gonna be 42 degrees. Oof. Nice Texas heat there, Alex. Is there any way to request air to start the engine, or can it only be done? So you can get it from in the add-ons, FSLabs ground services. You can request ground power, ground air, chocks, all that lovely stuff. There is a setting for that. Concorde does have a rat, indeed it does. It is stored, if I remember correctly, if I go outside. I think, under this bit, in there. If I remember correctly.
It's further in, isn't it? No, I think it's the other side of the engine. Oh, you might be right.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is definitely inside one of either in that one. Oh, no, it could. No. Yeah, so I can see that. Sorry. Yeah, it's there.
It's in that one.
Yeah, that one there. Inboard.
Yeah.
You can just about see the door for it.
They had it lowered, didn't they, last time on Alpha Fox when we had a look round?
I think.
Or was it open?
I think it was just open, or the
It was
cover.
open,
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't
cover
lowered.
was off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I was gonna say, saying it looked pretty complete yesterday, but wasn't expecting it to release today. Yeah, it's all part of the plan, mostly. But yeah, such an exciting time for Concorde at the moment with this releasing, and then Lego obviously announcing the Icon Concorde set. But it's the 20th anniversary this year of the last flight, so it's a big year still, big kind of anniversary of it. Were there any differences between the BA and the Air France airframes? The flight decks were slightly different, and the cabin was slightly different because they had a different passenger information system, didn't they? The displays, because they only had just the speed, if I remember correctly, while BA went all out.
Yeah.
And then BA also had the modern clocks and a few of the random bits in the cockpit, which Air France didn't upgrade. So, stupid question, but is there a way to display the charts on an iPad through the browser, or will it have to be downloaded in a PDF format?
So, yeah, it has to be downloaded in the PDF. It has to be downloaded,
yeah. So
you can do that on the browser,
Yeah, you do it on the browser, you download it, and because it still opens up in the Safari browser as a PDF. I think if I open mine on my iPad, so escape. Review routes. So yeah, if I rotate around, I'll bring my mic here so you can kind of see. You can kind of see, obviously at the moment I've got the EFB up. And on the last page of the review stuff, you've got the print data. So what's that? Number 0. So I'll try and press 0 on here. 0. And there you go. So it's still in Chrome, in Safari. And obviously I can scroll through this. And then obviously go down far enough. All the no terms. There you go. So then all the charts are all on the iPad. It's very useful. Yes, so still also the same maps are generated for custom routes as well. Depending, it draws all your routes and stuff on, so it will have the correct charts for the areas you're flying into. Some were RVSM certified and some were not. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, they were. That's
Oh,
true.
wow.
I think. I did know. I think Fox was RVSM. I think Charlie was RVSM. This is one from Fraser. Fraser will know. He'll be able to say straight away. But yeah, that's true. Some of them were. Some of them weren't.
That's crazy.
I think RVSM was just coming in at the time, wasn't it? When
It would
retired.
have been, yeah. Oh yes, the panel gap kind of behind the engine, like basically here, used to expand a little bit. So that's where you see people putting their hat in. Alpha Golf and Alpha Delta of RVSM. See, with that, I don't like. Alpha Golf had some weird stuff in it, like the TCAS and stuff. I think was. It's really odd. The manual said it didn't have the VSI, but it must have had, because it needs TCAS. So I don't know where, like, what that was on about in the manual, but. Oh yes, obviously, yeah, Air France limited as well on passenger. BA, you could get 100 in, yeah. How many passengers we got today? That's the thing. I think we're full on this one. We have 89. So we're fairly full.
I didn't know Air France Unlimited, 92 plaques.
But they didn't have the same cabin, did they?
Post the accident. No, post the accident.
Oh, right, post the... Oh, I don't know about post the accident, but...
Okay. Well, they not... Did they not... Oh, post the accident, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, Alpha Golf and Alpha Delta. Yeah, that rings a bell about RVSM.
Right, how are we doing for the fuel? Last check, 15.1, so we're gaining fuel at the moment, which is nice. Well, we're spot on with the altitudes, it reckoned. We were 100 feet out at the last one, and we're spot on this time, the last waypoint. How are we doing? We've been airborne, well, at least moving for an hour and 53 minutes. So got another just over an hour and 10 minutes until we should be landing into Heathrow. It's starting. The sun is starting to set down. You can see the sun's kind of getting lower in the on the panel, so I can actually start turning on some lights. I don't know if Riyadh has been going on saying I need lights on, but it's down to preference about what lights are on. I like a dark cockpit. Right, glare shield, center console, the other side.
Yeah, they did. The crews often flew with dark cockpits because
they don't like light.
They had a lot of problems with the reflections.
Okay.
So often, if there's only a few videos online of Concorde landing at light from the cockpit, but if you have a look, they've got all the lighting turned down.
Yeah.
And that's because it really reflected on the side windows.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so they did used to turn. I mean, obviously in the cruise they'd have it turned up, but on the approach and landing, it was really turned down.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same in the road. Like I like my lights whenever I'm flying at night time to be as dim as possible, just because of keeping my night vision up.
Yeah.
Some guys like to have all the lights on. I'm just like, but no, it's too bright. Christian, good evening. I always put a hold over VFR, it should say. No, you have to do it all manually. All of it's manual, so you can obviously tune it up. Like, for example, at Ockham, you put in the radial and stuff. So you can use the autopilot to do it still. Because obviously you'd have the outbound heading, the inbound heading, and obviously which way to turn. So you literally track the VOR needle in. Obviously, when it starts spinning back round underneath you at the dial, turn to obviously the reciprocal, and then do the time. And then at the time, turn it round, intercept. So you have to do all manual. Hello, George. I did see you earlier on, but hello, nice to see you again. And Christian, very kind. Thank you. I'm sorry, George. I didn't acknowledge you. Christian, yes, onto the 330. Time is it? 10 minutes. Then we can try and get a Volmet. See if we can hear it. How's your INS doing, Andy, with not being anywhere near any VORs?
Yeah, let's have a look. It's on 5-4. It's creeping up.
Yeah, mine's on 3-4, so because I can still get them.
30 west, so.
Ooh.
It does tend to go up quite fast, if I remember rightly, towards the end.
It does, yeah, because once it starts to get to a point, it's like, nope, I'm just going to start giving up now.
Yeah, yeah.
Where are we right now on a map? So what are we at the moment? We are just inside 30 west. So if I go onto the chart, find 30 west. So yeah, we are just inside here. So we're probably around about here right now. There's obviously 20 west, 30 west, and we are at 28.5. So we are literally about here right now. Just inside of 30 west. So obviously each one of these lines is 1 degree. Broxy, there is a tutorial manual which comes with the aircraft, so yeah, if you're wanting to get to grips with the aircraft, it's a good place to start. Ah, thanks, George. Very old video series that goes very in depth. On the OG, who would have done that? I know there was a fuel one. I can't remember what his name was. He used to do those old videos in the FSLabs. I know who you're on about though. I'm trying to remember, Andy. I don't know if you know, because we're obviously Supersonic. Does the IRS drift faster because we're going so much faster? I can't remember. I'd have to go back to my ATPL knowledge for that. I can't remember. Obviously, doing lots of turns doesn't help it, but obviously with us, it's fairly straight in Concorde where you're going. Still horses, if you had the original Concorde X, you can access the old Concorde X topics. I think they're still there, unless they're going, I don't know. Obviously, there's the new forum for the P3Dv5 version. No, Tom, you've done it more recently than me, so... George, I started in September, so just over a month until I start. The answer was P. Oh, Jalapeno 2107. I don't remember that one. I remember there used to be someone. There was another one as well. Right, do some lovely external views until we should be in range of the Volmet and the time for it. Kieran, that's starting properly at the airline. Obviously not flying. That's just literally day one. Yeah, I was gonna say you were one of the first ones. Yeah, so when did I start streaming? 2014. It's been removed. Oh, I suppose yes. It's don't really need to talk about it so much now with GPSs being able to update everything and laser rings being so much better. Did Concorde have any backup navigation methods like the 7.4 Classics? I suppose other than using VORs and NDBs, there's not really much you can use, really, right, Andy? In Concorde.
Yeah, I mean they had 3 INS, so
If you lose one, you still got 2 more.
Yeah, and then if you lost 2, you know, you'd have a third. But if you lost 2 or 3, I think you'd have something more serious going on.
Yeah. Dear Kieran. It was all about the Aerosoft 320. Yeah, it was. That was that long ago. Yeah, so that's correct. Yeah, I'm moving to London. Yeah. So. Hewitt's liking the soundscape in the cockpit, Andy. So another happy customer so far.
Yeah, it's something I really wanted to pay attention to because the sounds are something you can really recreate on a desktop sim. And the flight deck on Concorde was so noisy, even when it was sat on the ramp. You know, you had all those electrical systems, all the gyroscopes, the cooling fans. Yeah, people walking on and off the aircraft. It was a noisy environment, and that's something that I really wanted to capture. It's amazing as well. I don't think we've mentioned this, but how much the cockpit bounced. So during our time working on the aircraft, I don't know if you were with us, Johnny, but I was sat with Riyadh in the cockpit the other day. Yeah, Brooklands, and Brooklands were amazing, and they just sort of said, you know, we're running a few tours, but we'll keep them out of the cockpit, and you guys just carry on. And people were getting on board the aircraft and doing the tour and going down the cabin. But as everyone got on, it was amazing how much the cockpit moved and bounced up and down. And the flight crew said it was as if you were sat on a springboard when you were taxiing this thing. And he said it did make some flight crew quite sick. And there was something called the 9-knot nod, which is where if you taxi this thing around at 9 knots, it seems to be the speed at which the oscillations will build and build and build. And you can end up with the flight deck moving quite a lot, bouncing up and down. And that's something that we've tried to simulate as well. So you'll see that if you taxi around, especially at 9 knots, you'll see that the nose of the aircraft is moving up and down quite a bit. But you can also see during boarding as well, as passengers are getting on board, you'll see the nose. If you look out towards the tip of the nose, you'll see the nose just moving up and down really slowly, just as passengers walk on board. And
it's a nice little effect, really.
Yeah, it's just little things like that. People probably won't notice, but once you know it's there, it's nice to know that it's happening, and it's just another effect, you know, to create a sort of dynamic environment.
Right, we're coming up to 5 past, so let's try and tune one of these. Let's try 5505 first. It's not fully nighttime yet. Nope, not vacant. Right. 8957. Nope, it's getting that's worse. 3413. Start on the night one, see if it not dark enough yet, but 3413. Oh, I won the wrong one. Oh, we're a little too far away still. Trying all the different frequencies. You can just, you can't hear it though. Let's turn it up.
We might need to, if only we knew people that flew Transatlantic, Johnny.
I know, imagine.
I mean, to be fair, we did have our Airbus guys flying around Europe, seeing
We
how
were,
far
yeah.
away they could tune into Shannon.
We were trying our hardest to try
HF.
and listen, yeah.
Yeah, I've got so many diagrams that that Kian sent me from what was it, Tenerife and down in Ibiza and then down in Greece, of what range he could pick up Shannon Vomit on HF, which was amazing. But yeah, we can if it's too weak, you know, crossing the pond, we can improve it. It's just a very difficult thing to guess. We need pilots to sort of feedback on it really. So yeah, once you start flying across the pond, you can let us know exactly whereabouts you lose Shannon.
Yeah. Kian's in the chat. I've never been so amused on a Tenerife.
Yeah. I think it was every 100 miles. I've got a little spreadsheet where he was recording every 100 miles, like how clear Shannon was coming in on Vomit.
For the highest one, 13264. Then if you can hear that on the stream, that there's the interference. It's quite cool. It's cool that you've modelled the interference and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's what HF's all about, isn't it? Dodging the interference.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time as well on these websites where you can listen to HF live and listening to the volmets and listening to the different types of interference you can get. Yeah, it's a different world. It's just very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I
think it's on Glasgow at the moment. Yes, the phaser noise is definitely in there, I think, Ian. A little weird kind of... Heathrow. It sounds like 2 sevens. Good viz. 2-0. Nice evening in London. There you go. I can just about hear Heathrow there with that one. It's very cool. Gatwick now. Only Gatwick. That's off. Yes, the wings are still attached, Duncan. Don't panic. So, Ernfico. So, basically, that was me listening. If I turn the char light on, so you can just see. That was me listening to the Shannon Volmets, which Andy has coded into the Concorde. Because, obviously, in Concorde, there's no ATSU or anything like that you could... no data link that you could request weathers from across the Atlantic or anywhere. So the only way to get a weather was to listen to it on a Volmet, obviously via HF or VHF, depending on where you were. Obviously, no, across the Atlantic, it's going to be HF over the Atlantic. So we just about got the Shannon Volmet, which at time hour +5, which obviously we're just approaching hour +10. So we're about to go into the Dublin, Shannon, Manchester, and Keflavik one. So we just caught Heathrow's one. But yeah, it's very difficult to listen to, which is realistic. HF is horrible to listen to in the real world. It's just constant noise. And obviously over the Atlantic, you just hear sail cows being sent over it. Yeah, so we got most of the weather for Heathrow there. So we know they're on westerlies and it's 20 degrees right now, so it's a nice evening. And Easy's ballsing up their clearances. Yep, 100%, because Easy pilots don't know how to call up for clearances. Always made me laugh hearing captains trying to do it. Vatsim actually helped me with that. Right, so the FO has got 1146 already pre-tuned, so that is obviously for Cork. I can get 1142 tuned up, which will be Land's End. Hopefully, whereabouts are we now? We are just approaching 20 west. So we are just approaching, just up here, this point here. 20 west is here. And then usually from 20 west, the fuel to get to Heathrow would usually be about 21.5 minimum. We've got 29, so we're all good. We got plenty of fuel right now. Yeah, so Iceland.
Okay, that's leg 6 to 7. All checked now.
Depending on the routes, and also down to the Canaries if we're on the Tango routes. It's always the fun ones to do.
We're up at 6.4 on the performance index now.
Oh no.
So Johnny and I were discussing on the stream last night, the southerly Concorde track Sierra Oscar means that you can't DME update as you fly up the eastern seaboard. And you end up around 20 west, 15 west, with the INS drift so much that potentially you'll lose the INS system. And we can't work out how they did it in the real world, because the same thing would have happened. So some of the Concorde crew we've asked have either said they never flew Sierra Oscar or they can't remember. But I'd love to know what they did, because they can't have updated.
There's nowhere to update
them. They were 200. Yeah, they were more than 200 miles off the coast, flying up the eastern seaboard, so they couldn't have updated the INS. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'd love to know what the answer is. And maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't drift that much. Maybe they were hitting 10 west with a performance index of 4. I don't know. We'll see.
Liam, the VFO will do it for you as well, but obviously you can help him out if you're close to 2 and tune the other one, and you can update from 2 points. But the VFO will tune.
VFO does his, obviously, but the captain still had a responsibility to do INS1. So you should, at every opportunity, the captain should be tuning into a DME station and updating it. And on British Airways, if you're flying a scheduled route, normally they loaded the DME stations from the INS memory. But if you're flying a charter, you had to add them manually, which you could do using the charts. So one thing that the charts have got, if Johnny wants to show, is INS, VOR stations, frequencies, and lat longs. So if you're flying a custom route, you can look at the Concorde chart, and you can pick a VOR station from that and program it into the INS yourself.
That's obviously, so you want it here. So if I got the...
I did, yeah.
There you are, so there's... There you go. Whole load of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got Land's End, 1142, which is obviously what I've tuned in right now. There's the lat long for it. Same for Cork, same for Shannon, same for all these ones. Carl, good night. Yeah, there's a whole host of ones. While they're still working, obviously some are being switched off, but the big ones, luckily, are not being turned off for a little while.
Are they turning them off one by one?
Over time, they're starting to turn like the NBBs off, because there are a lot of NBBs in the UK still, which they are slowly turning some of them off. The VORs I think will hang around a bit longer, but especially the high-powered ones, they don't really need them as much anymore.
No.
With good old GPS. So in the future, you're gonna have to simulate them in Concorde.
Yes, yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
Another job for you to do.
I don't know, maybe the boom flying around by then.
Yes. If it gets off the ground.
Yeah.
Ah, Ian, that's very cool. It was at Filson 1969 when Trubshaw flew this for the first time. That's very cool.
Oh, wow.
And got to fly on a promotional flight out over the Bay of Biscay. That's very cool.
Yeah, boom will be interesting. I mean, it was in the news last year, wasn't it? United have obviously invested a lot, so it'll be
Japan
interesting to see what
Airlines
happens.
and, yeah, all sorts of airlines putting money into it.
Yeah.
Right, let's actually turn my weather radar on and point it at the ground slightly so we can see hopefully the coast starting to come up soon. Turn on down a little bit. Nothing yet. Still a little way from land. Got to think about descent soon, so let's have a look what the box or the HP is currently thinking about. Performance calculations, decel and descent. So at the moment it's looking like 6 miles before Lullux at the moment, so let's give it a little refresh, see what it reckons. Yeah, 5 miles or so, so pretty much just over Lullux, which is fairly standard, that is for the decel point. Don't have to worry so much about the boom propagation at this time of year. It's a bit warmer in the sky, but in the winter they had different decel points coming back into the UK because the boom propagation, so obviously how far the boom went before it started petering out, went a lot further when it was cold, and also if you did a turn, or actually when you're slowing down as well, it causes the boom to go a bit further. What's the range on the it goes up to 320 miles, so it goes a little way out.
It's really cool, isn't it, when you're flying the Bahrain, you can sort of see
Oh yeah, like
Europe
the
on it.
boot of Italy and stuff like that. It's,
Yeah.
and like see Cyprus and obviously Greece. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very cool. But yeah, we're still a little way away, so we're not going to see land yet. Ah, you were at Filton as well when Les came in on the last flight. That's very cool.
They used to call up Rolls-Royce on
Really?
company frequency, I think. Yeah, if they had any problem with the reheat. I think, yeah, they call them up once if they had to do a second burn. They were going down to Cairo or something, and for some reason the initial burn didn't work, so they had to drop down Supersonic again, and then they had to get hold of Rolls-Royce over the radio and say,
Oh, it's not working.
well, because they're limited to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think they'd used up, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes trying to do an initial burn.
Yeah.
And basically needed to know if they could do it again. Rolls-Royce said, well, I don't know, no one's ever tried, so let us know. So they just went and did it again, and it was fine.
How do you know when to start the decel again? So in the HP, you have performance calculations. Obviously, the VFE will do a recalculation. Is it 10 minutes before, or is it something like that? It will do a final update for the decel.
Oh, sorry, I was reading. Say that again.
Right. So for the VFE, does he does a refresh of the decel?
He does. Yeah, they run the calc again. Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes before. Yeah.
Yeah, just to give it to fine tune it, because it's only going to move by a few miles or so. But yeah, literally go into that, and then you can obviously refresh it. Yeah, so this is obviously reckoning our decel descent.
You don't necessarily need to refresh it because
it should do it anyway.
It should well, it will do it, but also it kind of knows what you're going to end up at.
Yeah.
And we found during testing, didn't we, that if we were on a lightweight climb, and you go to refresh it, actually
It moves quite a lot.
different. It will give you a different result to the one that it perhaps expects you to be at the end of your climb.
Yes.
So if you're, so I think what we were doing, Washington, Miami, which is basically goes up like a rocket, doesn't it? Because it's so lightweight. It's probably the most lightweight supersonic climb you can do in the aircraft because it's a short sector, and the supersonic sector is sort of towards the end of the flight anyway. So I think you accelerate with something like 20 tons, don't you? Maybe a bit more.
Something like that. You're really light.
It goes straight up to about, well, it's interesting. It would go straight up to 60, but the max climb, max cruise routines stops you because they limit it to 600 feet a minute. And I think a lot of crews used to just fly in pitch hold and just go up, go up to 60 because the passengers wanted to see 60 on the cabin readout.
That's cool,
and why not? You know, there was nothing to say you had to fly in max cruise, max climb. You could just fly in pitch hold. And fly at Mach 2 all the way up to 60. But yeah, if you did a recalc when you're at 51, you're going to get a different decel point to what you'd be at in a few minutes' time, which would probably be a lot higher.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you do need to think about these things when you're calculating a deceleration point and things like that.
Just see the coast of Ireland has come onto the screen now.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks out.
It's amazing how quickly it's coming into range as well. How are the calculations? Oh, I'm being contacted. Is that Shannon by any chance? It is Shannon. A bit of ATC. 13115. Right, Andy. ATC is calling, so I will leave you to it.
Okay.
So we don't
have a good landing.
Get disturbed. But yes, thank you for coming on again. It's very kind of you.
Right.
I'm sure the chat was very happy to someone like in the know to talk about it.
Anytime. If you're flying again this week and you want someone to talk to, let me know. I'll jump in.
Perfect. Perfect.
Right,
yeah,
good landing.
See you later.
See you. Cheers. Bye.
There we are. Legend that is Andy. Obviously, he's been very kind. Obviously, using his evenings to come up and talk to you guys, and obviously suffer me a bit more. Put up with me enough. So yes, very kind of him to come on. Right, let's try and contact Shannon. Where are we at the moment? We're going to 7 to 8 at the moment. So we are currently going to Lullox. Perfect. We should be there in 50 minutes, so cool, perfect. I've still got my squawk set. I always forget to do it. Shannon, very good evening. Speedboat Concorde 2, currently flight level 566 in the block, flight level 450 to flight level 600.
Speedboat 2, Shannon, good evening. Squawk 6637.
Squawk 6637, Speedboat Concorde 2. Is it better than the Colomata Concorde? Cool. Yeah, I'll turn him up. He is very quiet. Even in my ears, he's very quiet. So, because we are a long way away still. I'll turn the sim down slightly.
Camrock 1487, turn right heading.
Is that better? Is he louder now?
Correction, turn right heading 340.
Because we're getting close all the time, so.
Shamrock 1487.
Much better. Lovely.
Happy bird 828 Yankee, cleared ILS approach, runway 28 left.
Cleared ILS approach, 28 left.
Hey, Mr. Chewy is back.
Alpha Star 6644, breast is offline, no further ATC, monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
Got a few things on by the look of it. We've got London South,
Unicom's for
LTC South.
Good.
I think I told Trevor that we'd be approaching Lullox by hopefully 22, and we'll be there in 14 minutes, so we're not far off.
Descend 3,000 feet. Descending 3,000 feet, Shamrock 1487.
So we may get a bit more.
Shamrock 23 Alpha, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Shamrock 50 Alpha.
So hopefully not too long until we start getting Cork VOR, so we'll see DME2 hopefully light up with that. We'll see The coast of Ireland is definitely on the screen now on the weather radar. We can see, obviously I've tilted it down so we can see the land. Someone asking if it has autoland. Yes, the Concorde does have autoland. So one thing I will say is the deceleration and descent is slightly different. Because we're doing a subsonic leg, we're not going straight down like we did into New York yesterday. There is a slight difference in the way you decel through Mach 1. So when you get the initial descent clearance, they'll descend you down to like whatever you ask for, basically. So like 370, 350, something like that. When you start going down, you'll initially put 410 in the window, which obviously is not the level you're cleared down to, but it's basically when you're descending down, you go into outer choir, you let it hit 1,000 feet a minute, back into, you click pitch hold, and obviously you can set the altitude down to back down to 350 or whatever. Basically, the reason you do that is when you go through Mach 1 like that, you then bring the power back up to 86% or 88%, one of the two, and it's to warm the engines up basically, because you're about to put more power in as you're going to be cruising a bit more. So it's basically to stop engine shock basically. So it's just to warm the engines up. You put them up to 88%, 86% for a minute, just to warm them up, and then you can obviously go idle again if you so require. So yeah, usually it's just below Mach 1, so like 9, oh, well, 9.6 I think is when it happens. Is the EO panel functional? It is indeed functional. I'll turn some lights on it because it's obviously a bit dark. There we are, so you can see a bit of the. You can see all the.
Shamrock 1487 requesting hours coolant.
See all the bits here. It's all functional. I can press on random bits, like I said, if I want to turn the brake
Shamrock
fans on.
1487, turn left heading 210
Or engineers like, why are you turning the brake fans on?
Heading 210 degrees, then clear to wireless runway 24, Shamrock 1487.
So hopefully we should get a call from the virtual EO, I should say, the flight engineer, VFE. He'll shout us shortly that we've got 10 minutes to decel. Hopefully very shortly.
10 minutes to decel.
As if by magic there's the 10 minutes to decel.
Super 828 Yankee, runway 28 left, clear to land, surface wind 060 degrees, 6 knots.
Clear to land, runway 28 left, speedbird 828 Yankee.
Shamrock 443, taxi Foxtrot 1, Echo 1, hold short, runway 28 left.
Foxtrot 1, Echo 1, hold short, straight left, Shamrock 443.
It's still a little way away to get a Heathrow ATIS, but obviously from what we heard on the Volmet, it should be westerlies. I'm expecting to land 27 left, which would be nice.
Direct max to Shamrock
I think 27 left at this time. I think 27 left. I don't know.
Gemstone 25 Mike uniform, reduce speed 210 knots.
Let's go. Hello. Yeah, not doing too bad, thanks. How is life? Move my chat over here because where it was before was annoying me. There we are. 27F, cool, perfect. France, yes, they descended a lot faster. They go up to 390. They basically go at VMO in the descent, so they descended like 390 knots, while BA do 350. So obviously in the BA decel calculation, it calculates 350. In the Air France, it calculates obviously with 390.
Shamrock 1487, surface wind 06, correction, surface wind 290 degrees, 6 knots, runway 24, clear to land.
Good land, runway 24, Shamrock 1487.
Oh, we have, the VFO's already done it. We have obviously Cork now, so the VFO is updating our INS off that. He's updating his one. I'm going to wait until we get the Land's End one, and I'll update my one off that.
On 2 Alpha V2 check.
Shamrock 2 Alpha Shannon, radio 5, descend 3000 feet, QNH 1019, maintain 230 knots.
Reservoir QNH1019, maintain 200 knots, Shamrock 2 Alpha.
Confirm 230 knots, you're number 1.
230 knots, right, Shamrock 2 Alpha.
Right, let's calculate some landing data so we can get that in now. So performance calculations, we can look at landing. It should hopefully have what we're expecting to land at. So it reckons we're going to land at 100 tons or so. So we can press enter on that one to continue. It knows obviously we're landing on the 27s. So it's given us a approach speed, so over the threshold at 161. So VF 154, so we're going to be on the approach at 161.
Reduce speed 180.
Bug that, so all the speed bugs have now moved for that. And it reckons we're going to have 500 kilos in tank 9. So we're going to have a little bit in the forward fuel tank to basically get our CFG forward enough to 53%. Ah, Dave, very kind. 27 left. Lovely. Yeah, the HP is very useful.
Echo Shannon low, direct lap mode, descend, flight level 1.
We have to start turning the AC down now because we're getting closer and closer, so he's getting louder and louder. I do like how that works. Aha! We can see it. See a bit more of the coastline now. There's obviously pretty much the whole of Ireland in shot. Wales, south coast of Wales, so Pembrokeshire, Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly. All of that is kind of coming into range now.
Speedbird 828 Yankee vacated on Sierra 5.
Speedbird 828 Yankee, thanks. Let's see, Whiskey 1, hold short, runway 34.
Whiskey 1, hold short, runway 34, Speedbird 828 Yankee.
So all the stuff in here, so this is obviously the whole flight plan and stuff, so all the pages for that, so everything related to it, so you got load sheets, kind of fuel page and stuff like that, all your waypoints, nav log, which obviously fills in for you as well, you've got an ETOPS chart, more stuff with the upper winds, what actually went into the fuel tanks, performance for the takeoff, no TAMs, lots of no TAMs, then you got some charts which are generated for your flight. So obviously we are approaching, so we're inside 15 West now, we're approaching Lullops, which is where it's got the decel mark there, which is obviously where we're going to start slowing down. Heathrow's as well, perfect. So hopefully our decel should be in about 5 minutes. No, VFO can do that for you, Christian. We won't talk to London Central. We won't talk to them. We come in. It'd be West and South we'll talk to, and even then it'll probably be LTC we talk to, not London South. Getting dark now. I'll turn some floodlights on just for now while we're turn the floods on up here. Just a little bit, just so you can see it, and when we start going down, like towards the approach, I'll turn them off again. Oh, we got Land's End. Let's tune that in. I can't remember which number Land's End is, so we can just check which one it is.
Shamrock 23 Alpha, turn left,
number 7.
310 degrees to establish.
Heading 310 degrees, Shamrock 2 Alpha.
So we've tuned that one in. So it's now going to update our position off of that. So we got a nice yellow light here, which means we're updating our INS off Land's End. The FO is updating his one off of Cork.
Control, good evening. Shamrock 2 Alpha Juliet. Information Charlie, H21 request airport clearance over to Gatwick, please.
Shamrock 2 Alpha Juliet, cleared to Gatwick, end deck 3, Juliet departure, stop climb, flight level 90, squawk 6623.
End deck 3, Juliet departure, stop climb 90, squawk 6623, Shamrock 2 Alpha Juliet.
Shamrock 2 Alpha Juliet.
So all the calculators, stuff's all included. It all comes with the aircraft, everything in this comes with it. Obviously the Volmets built in and included, obviously all the calculators are all included.
Charlie Alpha 129, runway 28 left is in use, no military active, remain clear of control airspace.
Copy, remain clear of Charlie airspace, 28 left.
Control, Shamrock 41 Lima Tango, go to flight level 90.
Right, what cruise are we going to go down to? Let's have a look.
Climb flight level 3.
So performance, we can also look at optimum cruise. So optimum subsonic, it reckons it's 3. We'll go down to 350.
Shamrock 1487 runway okay on the
Because
Alpha.
our optimum subsonic.
Shamrock 1487, taxi stand 30.
Taxi stand 30, Shamrock 1487.
Shamrock 23 Alpha, clear to land 28, last surface at 060286 knots.
Runway 2, that's clear to land, Shamrock 2 for Alpha.
I'm waiting. Hopefully we get a decel very shortly.
Speedbird 828 Yankee holding runway 16.
Leg 8 to 9
Speedbird 828 Yankee cross runway 16 onto hotel 1 stand 201.
Onto hotel 1 and stand 201
Borrowing your
for Speedbird 828 Yankee.
Gemstone 25 Mike uniform. Your number 2, continue approach.
Just borrowing the VFE's
Continue approach,
INS.
25 Mike uniform.
Landing displays.
Checked.
ASI bugs used are 154 is a basic.
154. 161. 169.
Altimeter bugs.
Checked.
Oh, would help if I set 200 in here. And Shannon, Speedbird Concorde 2 requesting deceleration descent and request flight level 350.
Speedbird 2, deceleration and descent approved, flight level 350, and report cleared level to London now, 126.075, all the best, goodbye.
Clear descent, flight level 350, report that to London 126075. Speedbird Concorde 2, have a good night. So, as I said, we're going to put 410 initially, but we know we're clear down to 3.5.
40 Delta, pushing set approved, QNH 1019.
10 miles.
Right. We'll call Trevor. Once we start slowing down, we'll call him. So we're destined 10 miles now. So we're going to outhold, which is that one. And
5 miles.
Disconnect the auto throttle.
4.
Runway Quebec Zulu, London Control, good evening.
3. 2.
Good old Trevor, indeed.
1. Decel.
Throttles back to 18 degrees,
So
please.
now he's gonna, if he's gonna start bringing back the throttles now.
7 Echo Whiskey, London Control, good evening. Route direct to Lannon, descend, flight level 200, level 5. Sorry, can't take it.
Yep, route direct to Lannon, Lima Alpha, November, Oscar, November, and descend, flight level 200, to be level at bad speed.
Descending, flight level 200, direct Lannon, level 5, bad speed.
And London Centre, hello.
Okay, went shortly.
Romeo, passing flight level 280 for 340.
Vision 2, mate. Romeo, London Control, good evening, Roger.
And a very good evening. I'll try not to ignore you this evening. Speedbird Concorde 2, just currently flight level 574, cleared to descent, flight level 350.
Speedbird Concorde 2, London Control, that would be nice, and a wee change for you. Roger, when you're ready, descend flight level 350, select 1 hotel control.
So on a tail when we're ready, just send flight level 350 Speedbird Concorde 2. We'll try.
Thank you, mate.
I ignored him yesterday. Didn't mean to.
Finally, Quebec, Zulu, descend flight level
Nathaniel's that, oh dear.
Descend level 2.
Ah, hello, Mr. Gary. How are you doing? Right, we're just waiting for when we get to 360 knots, we'll out acquire, start going down, and then at 350 we're going to IAS hold. Is that one? You're installing P3D again. I knew you couldn't resist.
It's 7, 5.
Minus 7 Echo Whiskey, Roger, maintain speed max decimal 75 or greater.
Right, 360, out acquire.
flight speed 300.
Maintain 1750 graded, 2 flight level 2.
And coming from 350 knots. IS hold.
Once you're passing 2900, so on speed conversion.
Down we go.
Ryanair Quebec with Zulu.
He's stolen it. He's stolen it back. Yeah, I want it. 09.
Coming up on Mach 1.5, we'll take the second stage of throttling now.
Coming back to 32 degrees.
The other way.
741 Lima Tango, London Control, very good evening. Flight level 3.
Engine cutting sound. I'm not hearing it. Of course, yes, famous FS. Just watching it. Obviously coming through Mach 1.36 right now. Coming up 50k. I'm being quiet, I'm just concentrating. I'm looking at counting down the distance we got. And then look at the Mach number, seeing how many miles we got. Looks alright at the moment.
Shamrock 41 Lima Tango, just confirm you're reaching to Scary. Shamrock 41 Lima Tango, just confirm you are reaching towards Scary. Sierra Kilo Echo Romeo Yankee.
Negative, redirect to Iraq right now.
That's not in your flight plan. Can you just update your flight plan that you filed to the route that you forward for?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to check that out.
So, as I said before, we're going to wait. It'll go into out acquire. We'll wait until it gets to 1,000 feet a minute. Going to pitch hold. And then it's just going to slowly come through Mach 1.
Level at left.
That's not level 240, be level at left.
Confirm that's when ready.
Yeah, when ready.
And then once we're through that, once we're through 410, we'll set it to 3.5. So that's what we're actually cleared for. Oh wow, long time ago then, Gary. It's come a long way. So yeah, when I actually, it goes to 1,000 feet, when I change the altitude, it should automatically go into pitch hold. That's what I should have said actually. So we're just coming to 1,000 to go now.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
So it should go to outquire, and then as I said, we wait until it gets to 1,000 feet a minute, and then we'll wind it down to 350. We'll watch it on here, slowly coming up, and obviously you can see on the digital one as well. So 350, sorry, 1,000 feet to go now, so 350 can go here. So now going to pitch hold, speed's going to come back fairly quickly. This should work out nicely. We should be Mach 1 by 40 miles. We're at 46. This could be this should be quite nice. may just get inside 40 miles. 43. 42.
Mach 1.
Mach 1, 2 miles early.
Through 40 for 350 with a prime 1013 is set, and I've got 55.3.
The fuel is still moving
86%,
forward.
please.
So now the power's coming on for that minute.
Transparency de-ice and demist.
Everything's happening now. A lot happens at once there. So it's going to hold about 9.5.
The diesel descent checklist is complete. The fuel is still moving forward.
A lot happens at that point. Because obviously the power's going to come up, everyone talks over each other. Yeah, 9.5, which actually at this pitch it holds really nicely with the power up. So we were within 2 miles of where we should have been Mach 1, so I'll take that.
Report the speed to Shannon, control now 131.15. Good evening.
131.50 report 815 process.
You're welcome. Right now, agency vectors, really descent, flight level 200 level at Bagby.
That, so perfect.
Level at Bagby.
So FO should now be getting ready to put in the next card, so we're going to be descending 140 usually by Cyric. So that's the next kind of descent we've got to think about.
Shamrock 41 Lima Tango, your arrival this evening will be Scary 1 Lima landing.
So we're at 9.5 now, so I can actually just make sure I don't lose it.
Direct to Scary.
Right, 9.5, going to Mach hold.
Scary 1 Juliet, my apologies.
Bring off with a little bit of the power now because we've had it up back at A6. The engines are warmed up.
Control, Tomjet 15 Hotel, flight level 4.
Sunset 15 Hotel, London Control, very good evening.
Going to out quiet.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Get the auto throttle back on. Mach hold. It's going to take the power off a little bit as we level out.
5 Hotel after Ampop and route direct to Aztec.
Fly night, exactly. You can't see anything.
After Ampop,
see the sky.
Aztec, Tomjet 15 Hotel.
There we are. We are now subsonic, flying at 9.5, 350.
Hello, to all the Concorde pilots out there. It's your Atlantic 75 Charlie Romeo, flight level 400.
Lovely.
Euro Atlantic 75 Charlie Romeo, London Control. Very good evening to you.
So if we wanted to, we could do a little calculation now. So yeah, we're pretty much smack on what our optimum subsonics at 350, so we'll take that. We can also
don't you worry, sir. If I was not attending live later this month, my
we can even do a little more, another calculation checklist, so I can do a new descent. So we're currently at 350. I'm just going to leave. The target is 140. That basically takes what it is right now. So we're. I think I was.
We're looking up Atlanta for that landing, great.
Yeah, 50 nautical miles descent to get down to 140.
75 Charlie Romeo after Ampop, route direct to Aztec.
So
after Ampop, direct Aztec for Euro Atlantic 75 Charlie.
So it's 33 miles from Octis to Cyric, so it'll be on the way to Octis that we'll need to start descending. But London should usually give us an early descent. Usually it'll be a when ready.
Expecting flight level 140 level Cyric when you're ready, descent flight level 200.
Expecting 140 at Cyric when ready, descent flight level 200, speed of Concorde
200
is set in there, as we already expected. So waypoint 1 is Bafu, and then after that would be to Octis. So probably about, let's say about 20 miles to Octis, which is waypoint 2. We'll start our descent. Shut up. Always getting abused.
Leg 1 to 2 checks out.
Cool. Right. There's some lovely Heathrow charts on my iPad. They do get away with more. Right, who are we going to be talking to next? See, I don't know if we're going to be... We'll probably be low enough that we'll actually talk to LTC South. So it'll be 134, 125 is, I guess, who we'll be talking to next. So we've got a lot on this evening. LC's on, he's on Heathrow, Tyler's on Heathrow Director. Nice. So then when we start going down again, we'll initially stay in Mach hold, and we'll accelerate up to 350 knots. So it's not actually that far today. Sometimes when you descend, or if you go really high, your IAS is still quite low. So sometimes it does take a big dive. Oh no, you've sent me a horrific photo. Is it going to be a really horrible photo of P3D? Yes. Good old P3D installation. Alex, very kind, gifting a sub to Gary, obviously of Simfest UK. Thank you, Alex. Very kind of you. Right. 1 to 2. 50 miles. So, yeah, we're going to start descending in about 30 miles. Yeah, so I should be, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right, see if I can tune Occam. We should be kind of close enough to that by now. Occam's frequency is 1153. So we can start, actually we can update off that. So 39, so that's waypoint 8. Yeah. So 20 miles. Yeah, so I've obviously I got my S3 last year, but yeah, so I'm enjoying doing an app and stuff. It's always good fun. Obviously, you'll see me on Heathrow every now and then. Right, just trying to allow my throttles up to about. Oh no, they're further forwards now, I think, because I'm trying to line up the throttles. So that's why they're moving around. It's me moving my throttles, obviously just overriding the auto throttle position, just to see. Right. I did say 20 miles, didn't I? Yeah, probably about 25 miles or so. You see me on a few times, yes. Terrorizing everyone. Of course he does it now. Right, start going down. We're staying Mach hold. That one. Down we go. And then we get to 350.
Leg 2 to 3 checks.
Good. Oh no! Email them, Gary. They're pretty quick at responding. I've had that before. They are pretty quick to do it. Right, 350 knots. Right down to idle. There we go. He found the spare animations. Oh yeah, of course you obviously have so many copies because of the sim.
It is static.
Pump forward's now good. Well, I actually set 091 on ad for it.
Super, that is Concorde 2, descend, flight level 140, level 7.
Descend flight level 140, level 0, Concorde 2. 0.
Air France 127, London control, radio check. Vision 2, Mike Romeo, contact Shannon control now 131.15.
Oh god, imagine Alex, imagine.
Altitude 131.150.
It's only actor Sky.
You're left, please, after jump.
Blocked.
Channel 38 Whiskey, London control, good evening, standby. Channel 38 Whiskey, flight level 38, please. Flight level 38, there was somebody else trying to call at the same time as the Shamrock. Who was that?
So Transatlantic Shepherd Charlie Road, we've been having these backs and voice disconnection issues over the past few days. Just need 2 minutes to wait to get the and out of the fridge.
Can anyone guess which airport that is to my left?
I'll go have one.
That's like 3 to 4 checked.
Cheers. Yeah, appreciated.
See two
Call's
runways.
back, so be careful.
Anyone want to guess which airport that is? No, not Newquay. Not Bristol. Bristol has 1 runway, not 2.
The fuel is still moving forward.
There's 2 runways there. It's Lynham. Well done, Lynham. Although Lynham's closed now, so the lights obviously wouldn't be on. But home for many years, Lynham. Yeah, Daisy, it's out. Oh yeah, we did. We built your PC in there, I remember.
Seabird Concorde 2, unfortunately you weren't fast enough to catch all the next controllers, I'm afraid, Johnny. Continue with Unicorn 122.878.
Damn, I'll have to try a little bit faster next time. No worries. I'll see Unicom 2. Thanks, Trev.
Take care, mate.
Well, let's go. 1, 2, 8. Over to Unicom.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go. Altitude acquire.
Nice, hold. Yes, I can remember. Well, Heathrow was on. But it's still showing them on, and obviously it still shows LTC West. I'm going to get LTC South, but I think they're logging off. Alright, 14k. Again, spot on with Cyric. I try. Yeah, Garrick's still on, I know. Heathrow seems to be on for now. I'm sure he'll contact me very soon. Very shortly I can start my descent down to, well, when I get to Nidget, I can start descending down towards, what is the transition moment? LL 70, so get down to 70. Yes, Trevor, if you're in here, thank you very much for coming on, mate. Very kind of you. I know you love coming on west. Are we there yet? Almost there. We are down at 14k now, heading towards London.
Approach checklist, landing briefing update.
No updates at the moment.
Understood. Taxi turn lights.
Yep, they're on.
Radar nest switches.
Radio.
Engine rating going to take off. Approach coming on now. Fuel weight CG checks. No updates on the bugs.
30 miles.
Mine's locked. Power off secure.
Yes, someone very competent on west. So you can see on here we're just intercepting the 091 radial into, sorry, 091 course to Ockham. Yes, it's a busy old sector west. You control a lot of stuff. I don't know if Heathrow is going to stay on for me, but we'll see. Hopefully they do. That's turn a little faster. At 250 tuned up. You can just about see Heathrow out there the window. There's Heathrow. Oh, it starts slowing down as well. Expecting 11975 to come on if he stays on. Oh, no. They've gone. We're not talking to anyone. Fair enough, we'll be vectoring ourselves then by the look of it.
Through 10 for 70 with a prime 1013 is set, and I've got 53.4.
It is static.
Are we there yet? Almost, Mr. Horgy. Right, we'll take a heading of 07. We'll take a heading 075 after the Ockham, so 10 miles for that. Speed's still coming back. We can go into manual mode as well for this. He's going to rapidly come off now as we're below 300 knots. Right, let's get to heading holds. Move this out of the way so you can see what's going on. Right, coming down back to 250 knots.
Visor's coming down.
Visor and the nose down.
Nose 5.
The approach checklist is complete.
Four miles. Let's have a look how busy he is right now at Heathrow. There's a shuttle on the approach. Speedbird out there. You're going... Okay. We'll see. We may have a Skyways, but we'll see how this goes. Lovely outside.
Altitude alert 1000
Good
to
old
go.
P3D. Right, just passing over, so let's go to track heading. And we'll keep the descent going. Down to 4,000. QNH was 1018. So we set that there. 1018. And we can set our ILS frequency, which would be 1095. And the inbound course of 268. Right, 27 left. Sorry, 269. So back as eyes hold, get ready at 210 here for when we start turning base. There is Heathrow off to our left. Oh, you can see behind my head. There we are. This should work nicely. I'm going to pass the shuttle very shortly off our left. Can't see him. I can see stuff. I can see stuff to the right. I don't need to be pretending this fast.
Altitude alert 1000 to go.
Oh no, Kieran, that's a shame. How far out are we? 10 miles out. Oh, perfect. This should work out nicely. That sounds like his PC is melting. Right, IS acquire. Not slowing down. Start turn, heading north. Right, let's turn the floods off. We don't need them on anymore.
Altitude acquire.
Having to self-vector myself in. Right, let's hold 190 ready there. I think we're head to head with a yeah, he's 6,000, so this could be interesting. We are going to be a lot faster than him. See I'm out ahead.
Heathrow traffic, Skyways 210, expecting ILS 27 left, 10 DME.
Where is he? This could be interesting. I think we're head to head.
For lock capture.
Yeah.
Localizers active.
Hey, traffic. I think I may have just got ahead of you, Skyways, but 3 o'clock or 2 just established ILS 27F just inside the 10 miles Heathrow traffic.
Glide capture.
It's alright, we'll just queue up being number 2, Skyways 210. No worries.
That's fine. I'll keep the speed up as late as I can, so I'll be going a lot faster than you, hopefully. Cool, perfect.
Yeah, no
so
problem.
just inside now, so we're established 3,000 there. We just got ahead of him. He's behind us. He must be going quick. He's a little way behind us. He's 4 miles behind. We're going to be going a lot faster on the way down. Right, so IS holding that. So our approach speed. Hang on, let's look on here. Is it 160? I'll just look in here again. What it was. Performance calculations, landing.
Radio altimeters are
161. So we set 161 in here. Right, so gear down and nose down. Get the lights on.
Landing checklist.
Four greens.
Checks 4 greens. Nose. Down in green, brakes.
Check normal.
He's not doing well, that guy.
Landing checklist is complete.
So we literally hold this 190 knots until we're at 800 feet.
Heathrow traffic, Skyways 210, fully established 27 left, 8 DME.
So he is 4 miles behind me. That's fine. I'm going a lot faster than him. Alright. Vacate left, absolutely. Alright, let's have some fun. Autopilot is coming out.
1,000 feet radio.
5 greens. Go around altitude is set.
Feet.
Alright, nice quiet.
Feet.
Stable.
400 feet.
Flight directors off.
Your head's correcting that.
300
You do tend to get low because it's a lot lower in the pitch than you used to.
100 above.
200 feet.
Decide.
100 feet. 50, 40, 30, 20, 15.
And we're down. Nose forwards, max reverse, as Andy said. And 100 knots, we'll press F4.
100 knots.
F4 once.
75 knots.
F4 again.
Heathrow traffic, Skyways 210, short final 27 left.
50. 40.
Hey, the traffic, Spirit Cockle 2, vacated 27 left. That's nice.
20 knots.
Ha, no visits this time, no. Was the flight director? Well, when it disappeared, it's when the flight director set off. Obviously, it's gonna. There are obviously bars just move around on the ADI, so it just moves, just pulls them away basically, because you can't land with the flight directors on. Lovely. So we can put the nose
up to 5.
Which putting the nose up to 5 will now let the engineer start doing his after landing flows. So we can turn off the landing lights. We don't need those. We'll leave the taxi lights on because it is dark outside, obviously.
After landing checks, master warning.
Inhibited.
Nose is up to 5. Flight control inverters.
Off invert.
2 and 3 going.
The Skyway's just touched down as well, so that works out nicely with the spacing. So yeah, engineers now obviously turned off the inboard engines. Bit of 2-engine taxi in. So they're the masters for the engines, which they'll turn off. There you go. Right. Usually, when they came in, so when they depart, they're usually on 420, 421, like in that cul-de-sac. Usually for arrival, they usually parked more on the other side of the terminal. So parking stands. So we'll take 409. Don't need front car and V8.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. You can place the doors to manual.
They don't need to worry about cooling. It's not like modern day engines. They're just like, yeah, bugger it, shut down the engines. Right, we could actually turn in here just to kind of get off the taxi, off the main taxiway, down link 4, yeah, 4-3 onto 4-4.
Traffic, Fever 29 Echo, lining up runway 27.
Yeah, the entire defense phase. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not like a turbo fan. Turbo jets don't need the cooling.
7 mile final LS 27 left.
And then it's literally a, yeah, right and then pretty much a left. I mean, just right there, I can see the VDGS on. So we turn off our taxi lights, turn off.
Landing checks complete. I've called for the doors.
Thank you, Mr. Engineer. Yeah, you see the 9-knot nod he was on about. Right. Straight up here. Remember to overshoot quite a bit before you turn on in. The other way would help.
Traffic, Fever 29 Echo, starting runway 27.
Everyone's talking on Unicom. Oh, stop there. So, park a brake, remember twice.
Nose coming up.
Get the nose up.
Visors coming up.
Parking checklist, brakes, set to park, lights, transparencies.
They're all off now.
He's going to shut down number 1.
Visor nose is up and locked, shutting down number 1 engine.
And then the ground crew will plug in. They will plug in the ground power. You'll hear them very shortly.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just about the power, and then we have shots in the back.
Thank you.
Cool, so he's going to shut that down, and then if we go into the cabin, 7. Oh, he's already turned it off. I was going to try and show it with the seatbelt sign turns off, but he's already turned it off, so...
Shutting down number 4.
Right. Oh, yeah, jetway. Yep. Alright, 2000. We'll turn that off. There we are! We are back in lovely Heathrow. Jetway's connecting nicely now. So, this kind of stand would have been absolutely great to see Concorde. Because, look where the windows are. And how close you get. Like, there's absolutely there's no issues of wingtip clearance on this one. Obviously, Concorde doesn't have much wingtip clearance anyway, but you get right up close with it. Yeah, the original Concorde Lounge. What a view you get. It would be nice if night lighting, the dynamic lights worked a bit better here, but so it's a dark old aircraft. Yeah, it is pretty. And that's going to deboard. And as we showed yesterday, not that one. That one. Thank you for flying Concorde. It's so nice.
Heathrow traffic, Skyway signing off. You all have a good night.
Right, let's turn that off so you can't hear Unicom. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. If I stream, I got stuff to do with GSX. Yeah, I don't know. I do have stuff to do tomorrow afternoon, so we shall see if I get a stream in tomorrow. If not, I should be streaming on Thursday, but I will let you guys know. I may just put it to daytime just so you can enjoy. Oh, actually, before we do that, we'll see what Valanta reckoned. Volantier. So, supposedly I was the first person to arrive. Good old Valanta thinking that. So, obviously, our routing initially out of JFK on the Kanazi climb, inbound, obviously keeping it just off the coast, which went nicely straight over the Kanazi. Out, Supersonic, all the way across the Atlantic, getting it in nicely over the Bristol Channel, over northern Devon, Somerset, just off Bristol, obviously getting close to Lynham, which was just here. There's Lynham. And then carrying on in. And then from Zurich,
checklist complete.
Ockham, vector myself in, and that worked quite nicely. And it reckoned landing rate of -194, so I'll take that. We don't have replay of the landing, unfortunately. I don't have any software to be showing replays in P3D. But yeah, indicated, then on to 409. Okay, nice. I'll accept these people who have all added me, so accept. Nice. Lovely. The problem is, though, when you do that, most aircraft don't like you doing that because they like braking when you do the replays. So that's why I don't tend to do them, because it's usually buggy or you have a door open or something like that, the gear's up. It doesn't like it so much, so I don't often do replays like that. The only one I ever used to do replays in would have been X-Plane with the replay system in that. But yes. I'm going to make it daytime because it looks so much nicer in daytime. Let me just close Valanta because... Oh, I'll just turn the sync off, actually. Right. Close Valanta. Change the time. Go to a bit of kind of the sunset time. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't actually look. I will reopen Valanta to have a look. I know that we were a few minutes behind because obviously the vectoring, so... Refresh this. see a bit more of it as a more of sunset time. Because it reckoned 3 hours and 9. Obviously, I didn't stop the clock, but we obviously didn't stop the clock. And it was 3 hours 26. Valanta reckoned to reopen Valanta. Flights statistics. So flight time 3 hours 14. So it reckons, yeah, we were only about 5 minutes off what it thought we would be doing. So I'll take that. Yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes is not too bad. Ha! I wish MSFS Concorde streamed tomorrow. That'd be cool, but no. Sadly not. Yes, Gary's going to get excited. Good old beautiful Landor. Yes, good old P3D. I'm going to be very happy when I can uninstall P3D, but obviously to fly this, I have to keep it installed. So, a bit sad for that. But yeah, I cannot wait to uninstall it in the future and get this thing in MSFS. That's going to be very exciting. But yeah, guys, thank you very much again for all tuning in. Thank you for the followers and subs that came in. Thank you everyone who's here. We're getting closer to MSFS, absolutely. Let's have a look who is streaming right now. So see if we can go send the love onwards. See if anyone is on. Ah, Mr. Kenko is online, I see. So we can go give Kenko some love. Please do go say hello to him. Give him my thanks for following me again. So you can give him stick for that, for me following him. He is, looks like, is he coming onto the approach? He's just coming onto the approach now, so this is good timing. But yes, go give him some love. I will be back maybe tomorrow, if not Thursday, for some more Concorde flying. Thanks a lot, guys, and I will see you hopefully on, hopefully see you on Thursday. Bye!